Smoke him if you got him.
Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Feels fishy to feel, I don't know, it just feels squishy. Okay.
Hey, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome back to J is for Justice. I'm your host, Jay, and I haven't seen you guys in a while, so I'm really appreciative to the ones that showed up tonight, like Linda Kramer, like Hexy, like Beans, like the Sparky, like Southernish, you know, all the regular ladies. Hello, everybody. Hey, Sin, good to see you. I did put a poll up, so if you guys could vote in the poll what you think happened to JonBenét Ramsey, if you think that it was family member, someone who knows the family, or a complete stranger / intruder. And we've got dual screens going tonight. I'm going to explain those in just a minute. Hi, Kim from Utah. YouTube emojis are MIA. Hello, Paul. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you tonight. My emojis work. Chris is a little squishy, but that's okay. So before we get into tonight's stream, we're going to do things a little bit differently here on J is for Justice tonight. Floppy fins. What's up? We're going to do things a little bit different. So usually when you guys super chat or become a member or do a milestone or cooter chat, Chihuahua, you did. I'm glad. I usually read them right on the spot, right? And I have like a piece of dog hair or something on this cover, and it's like tickling me. Hello, Faye. Hello, Pretty Hate. I am on, hey, Sonia. Family, but not family who lived in the house, says Sonia. Interesting. So we've got Shibby in the house. What's up, Shibs? Shibs has now found both channels. Welcome in. Welcome in. Pines is here. Thank you for being here tonight. No, seriously, I really do appreciate it. I know you guys probably watched this on the interview room. But we're going to be reviewing it today, and there's a lot of things to watch tonight. So I really do appreciate that you're with me here this evening. I'm usually live during the day. It's a little different for me, but I've got things going on in real life. So I'm trying to juggle a lot of things at once. So thank you for being here. Yeah, Shibs is here. Sweet dude Shibby is in the house. So anyways, I want to know what you guys think of this case overall. I also want to know what you think of this interview. We reviewed part 1 already. And now this is part 2. And I'm here for this entire thing, right? I'm here for this entire series that the interview room is doing. So with that being said, I'm going to stop periodically, read your super chats. Your cooter chats will be acknowledged immediately, as usual. Heather L. coming in with a sunshine. Thank you so much, Heather L. But that's how it's going to go. So I appreciate your support, you guys. Keep the channel going. That's about it. Sparky says this interview was fucking weird. All right, so we're just going to get into it without further ado. And I'm trying to keep Mr. Ramsey here. Oh, we have a cooter chat goal as well up on the top. Let's see if we can't get it filled. Let's do this thing, KDK. Let's do this thing. So anyways, I'm trying to keep John over here on the left, and then the whole panel will be on the right. So here we go. Let's go.
This evening. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel. I'm going to start off. I'll just bring everybody in, and then we'll go over Mr. Ramsey. I'll let Butch tell everybody.
Okay, when they get everybody up here, Mr. Ramsey will be hopefully. Oh, he's not. See, he moves around. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to put the captions over here. So what's going to happen during this is they strategically pull up exhibitees. Hi, Spam Sir. They strategically pull up exhibitees. Not exhibitees, but, you know, they're exhibitees. The Cold Case Foundation is pulling up pictures and exhibits like the garrote. We talked a lot about the garrote when we covered this the first time. Okay? The garrote. It has not passed me that John Ramsey was in the Navy, and in his deposition he said he did not learn knots. It hasn't left me that John Ramsey was a sailor and even owned a sailboat and used to sail on Lake Michigan. Hi, Penny. Good to see you. Jen Fisher. Jen Fisher is here. Hello, girl. I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. Indelible Bloom. Oh, my God. I know. No knots, my ass. So that hasn't gotten past me, that happened. And I want to remind you guys that Mr. Ramsey in a civil suit gave a deposition. And his recollection of the night before they got home was that they went to the Whites for a Christmas dinner. And JonBenét fell asleep in the car on the way home. They stopped at, I think, 2 friends' house to drop off gifts on the way home. To his knowledge, he said she never woke up. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. I hope I can brighten up your day a little bit. But anyways, he said she never woke up, and he carried her in and went into, put her to bed. And the thing that isn't tracking with that is that there was pineapple in her tummy. And I think that during the autopsy, and I don't have the exact autopsy in front of me, but I believe that they could say when that pineapple got in her stomach. Chihuahua, the plain beads. Yeah. So I'm kind of on the fence with, did something transpire at the Whites? Did someone follow them home from the Whites? I don't know. But here we go. We're gonna get into this. They're gonna put up exhibitees so you won't always see John on the left. But I'm trying to give you the best view of him as he talks, because I think it's important to watch body language and things like that. Hey, Patrice, you guys, please hit the like button. It is free to do. It helps get this video out in the algorithm. And that's that. So Cooter Chats are pinned. I do appreciate the support for the channel. Let's go.
Tell everybody a little bit about who you are, my friend.
Did you call me?
Well, I'm John
Yep.
Ramsey. I'm JonBenét's father.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Greg. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to put you in the upper right-hand corner up here.
What just happened?
And then I'm going to move Doc into the middle, move Kurt over here, and then Zach and I down at the bottom. So let's do a brief introduction for everybody, and we'll start with Greg.
And I do have this sped up to 1.25. I'm going to speed this up to 1.5 while they do their introductions.
Okay. Chris, it's always good to be with you and your listeners. I appreciate the opportunity, and particularly Mr. Ramsey, who has been very forthright and has allowed us, at his request, to participate.
I'm going to look it up. Stay humble. I'm going to look up the
we take it
pineapple.
very seriously as a foundation. I'm the executive director for the Cold Case Foundation. We've been functioning now for going on 14 years. We provide expert resources
All right,
to law enforcement agencies.
I'm just going to mute this. You guys know who these guys are. It says, based on the autopsy, JonBenét Ramsey consumed the pineapple 1.5 to 2 hours prior to her death. Whoa, the location. The pineapple was actually found largely undigested in her duodenum, the first part of her small intestine, rather than her stomach. The fruit had sharp, fresh edges, indicating it had been eaten very shortly before she died. Crime scene investigators photographed a bowl of pineapple with milk in the house. And scientific analysis confirmed it was identical to the fruit found in her system. The timing of the snack was heavily scrutinized because it was not served at the Whites' Christmas party the family attended earlier in the evening. And the Ramseys initially maintained she had gone straight to sleep and had not eaten. What the hell? So what's up with that? What's up with that? An hour and a half to 2 hours before the little girl died. And apparently, how do they know for sure the Whites didn't have pineapple? I don't know. But there was pineapple and milk found on the Ramsey's counter. That's what I'm thinking, Southern-ish. Pineapple and milk is a very odd combo. That is a very odd combo. But does it do something with like the... Oh, here's a picture of it. Oh. Oh. From one of the officers' depositions. Were there any tests performed on beyond the autopsy on those contents? He said yes. They said, tell me about that. He said, what I know about that is Detective Weinheimer received that assignment during the course of the investigation, employed the help of, I think, a biological or a botanist or somebody of some expertise at the University of Colorado Boulder. The name Dr. Bach jumps out at me, as well as others. He completed a series of reports concerning the pineapple. And I think, to save time, one of those conclusions I put in the book about the rinds being identical, he says that it was a fresh pineapple, consistent, fresh pineapple with a rind. Consistent down to the rind. I think they were able to determine, well, in fact, I know fellow Officer Weinheimer disclosed that they were able to characterize it as a fresh pineapple rather than a canned. Rather than a canned. They said that no, there was no pineapple served at the Whites. None. Okay, I think they might be through their intros.
Kurt, tell everybody about you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Billard. I'm formerly the Investigations Division Commander for the Colorado Springs Police Department, where I used to work with Lou Smith.
So this guy used to work with Lou Smith. Is this like a conflict? Hold on, let me put it on high def. Is this a conflict? But what I want you to notice right now, hey, Leo, what I want you to notice right now is that John has crystal clear service, okay? His internet is perfect right now. Perfect.
Lou was a friend and colleague to many police officers really across the country. He was the ultimate professional, and he got involved with this case. And when he lost his battle with cancer in 2012, one of the last things that he wanted to do was pass along all of his information and see that this case came to a successful resolution. So now I'm involved with Cindy and Kent Mara and the Smith family team. I'm the law enforcement lead for the Smith family team, and we're here to join the Cold Case Foundation and figure this all out, come to a successful solution. So thanks for having me.
And thank you for that introduction. And we are grateful as well to your group that we collaboratively are working together here to find the correct answers. And then down on the bottom, we have Zach. Zach, if you'd give the audience just a brief
Okay, you ready for Zach? Zach attack.
Introduction.
Hello, my name is Zach. I've been working with the Cold Case Foundation as an investigative analyst for 3 years. I will be providing support to the gentleman you see on camera tonight. Enjoy the show.
And that's what we call Zach the Wizard. He's he is just an amazing human being, as the audience will come to love him as we go on. And so we want to remind the audience.
Okay, here's a picture of the pineapple, guys, from Reddit. Let's take a look. Why was there undigested pineapple in JonBenet's stomach? So this is the pineapple. The actual picture. It's a weird dish, right? And then you've got like a drinking glass right here with a tea bag in it. Who had tea? Who had tea? Lou Smith is all about the intruder theory. So, whoops, that's a palate cleanser for later. We got a Larry King interview with John and Patsy Ramsey to watch. Hello, Miss Galen. Welcome in. Thank you guys for joining. Molly, thank you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here.
Tonight that this is the first time the Cold Case Foundation has ever actually showed you what we do behind, in front of the camera versus behind the scenes. We've been involved in a lot of different things.
Which is interesting, right? That this is the first time they've done anything on camera. And we're going to find out from Chris that they've been trying to get him on for a year. And we're going to talk about that too.
Both nationally and internationally, we've been involved in different things. We normally don't do this in front of an audience, but we feel that this case justifies transparency, 1,000%. And so, Mr. Ramsey has been working with us for just about a year now, and we've been meeting many, many times throughout the year. And of course, we're leveraging some tools that both Butch and Zach are experts in. You'll hear a lot about Veritone and tools that in our toolbox as an organization that we have access to. So we're just not going to pull things out of the air and submit it to you, the public. We're going to pull things out of the air that we have access to. And that may be a case file, that may be a witness statement, that may be anything that would support an investigative analysis and or process.
Okay, so anything.
Do we have all the answers, or will we find the answers? We don't know. That's why we're here. We're here on a quest to help bring justice to a little girl who's sleeping in her room on Christmas, around Christmas time. And there was no better way to do this than, in my opinion, assemble a group like this. And by the way, the individuals here may rotate as we get into different aspects of this investigative analysis here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull from our playbook on how we do this stuff. And so tonight is episode number 2. And it will be the first time you, even the audience, will be able to throw a couple questions up in the chat over here. But I want to tell you, I'm not going to allow comments at the conclusion of the presentation tonight. And the reason for that, quite frankly, is the internet is just too vicious. And we don't have all the answers yet. So, we haven't made any decisions in relationship.
Okay, I have a little more information about the pineapple. It says, investigators discovered Patsy Ramsey and her son Burke's fingerprints on the bowl of pineapple left on the kitchen table. Patsy Ramsey consistently denied feeding JonBenét the pineapple, stating she didn't know how it got in her stomach, where the bowl came from, or who cleaned it off the table.
To what is the answer for JonBenét? That will be probably towards the conclusion. But up until then, this case has garnished so much information worldwide that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And there are two camps that we've noticed.
But you know what there also is? There's a lot of facts out there that either people never knew or that have not been discussed or people forgot about. Because there's a lot of investigative facts as well.
And so we just want to keep this pure. And what I mean by that is we're going to hear directly from John Ramsey himself. And we are going to base our investigation off of not only the evidence that we have access to, but from the individuals that were there. And that is Mr. Ramsey himself. So,
Sure
John,
was.
again, thank you so much for your willingness to continue to step up and talk to the public. So thank you again. You're up in Michigan. Whoop, you're muted there real fast, John. I think by accident. There you go. There you go.
Yes, we are at the moment. It's been nice to be here. Now, I'm grateful for the continued help and interest in our case and resolving this. And I'm hoping that some good structurally will come out of it in terms of how our system responds to particularly the murder of a child. We don't do a good enough job as a country in bringing our resources to bear.
All right, I'm
when a
putting
child,
him.
one of our
I'm putting
children
him
is
down to
murdered, taken
1.25.
from us. So that's my long-term goal. We don't do a good enough job as a country in bringing our resources to bear when a child, one of our children, is murdered or taken from us. So that's my long-term goal. Thank you all on the Submit team as well. We've got an amazing group.
Wait, what's his long-term goal? We don't do a good enough job as a country when our children are murdered or taken from us. What does he propose to change? That's a little broad. What's your long-term goal?
In bringing our resources to bear when a child, one of our children, is murdered or taken from us. So that's my long-term goal. Thank you.
But what's your long-term goal? Like, what does he want to happen? Like, he doesn't want something to take 30 years, but like, oh my God, Molly, it was? The suitcase was removed by Fleet White? Oh my God, I did not know that.
Team as well. We've got an amazing group of talent that's volunteered to help here, and I can't thank you enough. So it's
Awesome.
nice to be here.
And just a reminder to the group, make sure you're muted while everybody else is talking. And that way we don't get feedback for the audience, et cetera. So for the audience, so here's what we're going to do. Here's the game plan for this evening. Episode 2 is we're going to
See, there's going to be times where you won't see John over here when they do this, but he's right here. Okay.
dive really into the family dynamics. And we're going to also, talk about, give you a brief recap, family dynamics, i.e. victimologies of various families.
What is veritone? It says veritone plus the cold case. What's the veritone?
Family members, not just John
Anybody
himself, not just Patsy, but the children. And we're going to do what we do is we're going to talk about pre-incident behaviors and pre-incident situations that are taking place with different family members, et cetera. And of course, with stressors in relationship to those family dynamics. And so a recap to remind you, John, what year did you get this letter? 2008?
2008.
Okay, and I want you to pay attention to when he remembers years and when he doesn't, okay? He knew when he got the letter from the DA at that time, Mary, I think her name is Mary Lacey, and she said, oh, they're cleared, okay? But he's like, yeah, 2008. Keep watching. Hey,
Yeah.
Sage.
And this was from the district attorney's office that cleared you from the DNA sources that were found on your daughter, correct?
That's correct. There were unidentified male DNA found in January 97, early on, that did not match us and was so reported to the police. And what the DA did in around 2008,
We know
was
what she did.
use the latest DNA technology at that time, which was 10 years later, to do additional testing. And she found additional male DNA in other parts of JonBenét's clothing and from the crime scene. So it gave her confidence that there indeed was an unidentified male that came into our house and murdered.
It gave her confidence. Did you hear that? I think he's 82 now, Loxy, but he's very with it. Hey, Lisa.
JonBenet. So she was gracious enough to clear us, but also apologize for the way we were treated up to that point. So
She was gracious. enough to clear us. What? What does that mean? She was gracious enough to clear us.
Gracious enough to clear us, but also apologize for the
But also apologize. This is not solved. This is not solved.
way we've been treated up to that point. So it's very courageous of her to do that.
It was very courageous of her to do that. Courageous? Ballsy?
And today you're still in the fight. I know last year you attended
I do,
CrimeCon.
Chihuahua.
Tell the audience what the purpose of that was
Hey,
about.
Colette.
Well, I've engaged with the media.
Okay, so last year you attended CrimeCon. All right, we're going to be getting into our breakdown. Smoke them if you got them. Last year you attended CrimeCon. This guy is the most interviewed parent of a missing person of all time. He has done over 200 interviews.
For years when they're interested to talk about it, because I want to keep pressure on the police to do everything.
When is the media not wanting to talk about it? You want to put pressure on the police. But guess what? This guy never did. He never sat down. He never sat down and did a thorough interview with the police. And that is well documented. It really is. These are just the facts.
They can do to solve our case. You know, they've got other things to deal with and other focuses, and so I didn't want our case to end up in a cold case file.
Oh, you did it?
So that's been the only reason I've engaged with the media so far. And I think long term, I'm hoping that we can make a difference in terms of some of the problems we saw in the investigation that need to be addressed as a country.
As a country.
How's that fight going?
That sounded a little snarky. What? Hold on, let me pull up the transcript because I might want to repeat some things without replaying. Okay, so he says he's been talking to the media to put pressure on the police to do everything they can do. But they've got other things to deal with and focuses. But he didn't want their case to end up in a cold case file. So that's the only reason I've engaged with the media so far. And I think long term, it's been 30 years. I'm hoping we can make a difference in terms of some of the problems we saw in the investigation that need to be addressed as a country. Chris says, how's that fight going?
Well, I think we're making some progress in terms of police focus.
Andy.
They made some structural personnel changes at the recommendation of the Citizen Review Board. And that
What? They made structural changes at the recommendation of the Citizen Review Board?
had to happen before any progress was going to take place. And we've met with the new people and are encouraged that they are experienced and open-minded and want to settle the case. So that had to happen first.
Settle the case? What are you talking about? Why is he not talking about justice for the horrific murderer? The fuck? It's a little squishy. It's just a little squishy. Do you guys think this is squishy? I think Chris might
feels
think it's
fishy to me.
I don't know.
It just feels
before anything progressed.
Okay, awesome. So that's the purpose of this particular letter this evening. We also want to talk about the victim risk continuum, and for that, I'm going to go over and turn that over to Greg real fast. And Greg, if you wouldn't mind, tell the audience what your opinion is in relationship to this particular victim.
You bet. So when we were working cases,
all right, keep your eye on
at the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime at the FBI, just to recap what we talked a little bit about last time that we met. One of the first things that we look at when we look at a crime is victimology, trying to understand as much as we possibly can about the victim. What I like to refer to is vicariously knowing who the victim is.
You vote squishy.
And we oftentimes talk about the victim individually and just exclusively, without acknowledging that there are other victims that are involved. There will be a primary victim, and typically there are secondary victims as well. And in this particular case, you have JonBenét, who is the primary victim, of course, but you also have
we got a bing bong right here. Watch his face. Watch his face.
secondary victims, which consist of
We're going to put that on regular speed. That was on 1.5. Watch this. Watch this interaction between Ramsey and I'm assuming his wife comes in. Watch.
victim.
Right here.
And typically there are secondary victims as
There
well.
she is.
And in this
He's like, what? What do you want? Whatever. She's in the doorway, but she's not on the camera frame. Watch his face when he comes back.
particular case, you have JonBenét, who is the primary victim, of course, but you also have secondary
Watch his face.
victims,
He's like,
which consists of
oh, did you see that? He's like, she's such a bitch. What's going on behind the scenes, Ramsey? Because now he's gonna lose his internet. Watch him again. Watch.
of course, but you also have secondary victims, which consists of her family. And we're going to talk with Mr. Ramsey about that this evening, and who the family members are and how they were affected by this incident. So the first thing that we look at when we try to evaluate a victim is trying to determine and getting a sense of why that victim was selected, if in fact they were selected, to become a victim of that particular type of crime, whatever the case is. And we go through a process of what we refer to, and we'll make reference to it, as the 10 filters of profiling. And the first filter for our investigative model is victimology. So the first thing that we look at in terms of a victimology is trying to, number one, understand the victim's lifestyle. In other words, does the lifestyle of the individual elevate their potential or likelihood of being.
Thank you for the 5 memberships, Beans. We're going to skip past this part. All right, here we go.
Okay, so this evening, as you can see, the list of the 10 filters, the first filter we believe is the first filter that should be considered in any case. And the more we understand the victim, and in this case, we include the Ramsey family, the more we understand the victim and victims, the more we understand the offender. We get a sense and a feel for why this particular family was targeted, selected.
Okay, so we've got the family picture brought up, and this is minus the daughter that died in the accident.
Was it because of a preferred selection as a victim? Or did they fit a particular fantasy that they may have had? Is there a possibility of the victim, of the primary victim, being a substitute victim based upon the evaluation of that victimology? So fantasy plays a very significant role.
Fantasy.
Also, we also find that in victimology, we try to understand why it is that an offender selects a victim based upon the environment, the situation, the circumstances that we're talking about. And oftentimes, an offender will select a victim opportunistically because it fits this fantasy that they've had in their mind and have played it out over and over and over again throughout this period of time in which they selected the fantasy and created the fantasy and continue to develop this fantasy. And oftentimes, if the fantasy is the most important part of it, then they're fantasy driven, not just victim driven, but the victim can fit that fantasy. Or we've got to consider the possibility that the victim, is it possible that she was exclusively targeted for who she was? Or is it possible she could be a substitute victim, representing the most likely, in this particular case, if she would be considered as a substitute victim, then you've got to look at who is the individual in the family or individuals in the family that would fit that aspect of it. And certainly we would have to look at Patsy and John as the parents and wonder about those dynamics and how those dynamics may have involved in the victim, or rather in the offender's fantasy life and consideration for the selection of the victims. So, we've heard about JonBenét being the only and primary victim for almost 30 years. But as we evaluate all of the victimology in this case, John Ramsey and his wife, Patsy, and the whole family had been victimized in this particular case from the very beginning. And we're going to talk about some of the effects of that potential substitute victim, if you will? Does she represent the whole family again, or is she
Okay,
exclusively?
do you
by herself?
notice how his internet became a potato ever since the person put their head in the door? Now his internet turned into a potato.
So what we're hoping to discuss tonight is just becoming very, very familiar with all members of the family and this more comprehensive look at victimology.
Okay. Anybody have any other thoughts before we get into the dive here? Dean, Dr. Simon, or anybody? And remember, you're muted, so unmute. There you go.
One of the things I think maybe to help people get their arms around this whole idea is thinking about yourself. All of us, if we were represented by a beach ball, every stripe of that beach ball is somebody who has a relationship with us. So, for example, if somebody really wants to get to know you, who should they be talking to? And I think one of the things that does stick out in this case is that by and large, the media has really determined who JonBenét was and who the family is. And so one of the things that I think we've been talking about is how do we get kind of beyond that and get down to who was this really this family? What was their dynamics with one another? What was happening at their life at that time? And getting different perspectives. In JonBenét's case, we have to rely on others to tell us that story. But in the rest of the family, and obviously Patsy is not with us anymore, but different people are able to give different kind of stripes of that beach ball to really fill in and understand who it is. And one of the things that we've seen looking at cases across the country.
Okay, so basically they want to get to know John. So they're going to start to ask John questions. Is she just gifted 5 more memberships? Welcome to the Truthseekers.
Return to the center and start building again. So it's very appropriate for us to spend quite a bit of time on this tonight and really give John a chance to answer questions and open up about this whole dynamic of this family. And I think I can tell you that from my personal experience over the last year, we've gotten to know John. We've gotten to understand, and there were questions that we were able to ask that really helped us understand the family dynamics and what was happening. So hopefully we'll give the audience a little opportunity to do that tonight.
Thank you. And Dr. Simon, why is that critical? Because you run group sessions with these serial SA guys as well as serial killers who are currently locked up, and you actually sit with them on a daily basis. So tell the audience why this is critical coming off of episode number 1. What struck you and why it's critical to know who the victimology is?
Well, and going back to what Greg was saying about the fantasy structure, is that what the fantasy does is it manages overwhelming psychological trauma. So in my experience dealing with some of these folks in the past that have done these types of things, is the offender more or less omnipotently attempts to overturn the natural power dynamic. So in doing so, they replace.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and kind of let Greg.
Okay, so we've got some more pictures up. So you'll notice is young John and I think a 13-year younger Patsy. And then you have his oldest daughter, I think is the one, Beth, and John Jr. when they got married. Where's the other one? I thought he had 2 daughters. Doesn't he have Melinda and Beth? Oh, she's over here. She's cut off. Why'd they cut her off? He says you can't see Melinda. Or you can't see her, but Beth is on the right of Patsy. She's cut off.
Greg Drive, and just tell us about what's going on here.
In those pictures, that's when Patsy and I were married, and that was I'm not going to try to remember the date, but it was.
He can't remember the fucking date, but he remembers in 2008 when Mary Lacey wrote the letter clearing them graciously. Doesn't remember the fucking date, y'all. I mean, maybe that's normal for guys. I don't know.
Melinda, my youngest daughter, Melinda, at the time, and John Andrew, who's a little guy in front, my son, and you can't see her, but Beth, my oldest daughter, is on the right to the left of Patsy. And they were in our wedding, and Patsy loved them dearly, and they loved her.
And John, how did you meet Patsy?
Wait for it.
We were married in Atlanta, Georgia, where I
That's not what he asked. He asked how you met her. He didn't ask where you got married. Oh my God.
lived for a number of years. I was stationed there in the Navy, at the Naval Air Station in Atlanta, and really liked Atlanta and just decided to stay, basically. So that was our home.
And can you share with us how you met Patsy? Wonder if he
I
can
think he
hear
has
me.
a delay in his internet again.
Oh, he's got a delay again. Oh my God. It was working perfectly before. What the hell's going on? How'd you meet her?
Okay.
John, can you hear us?
Mm.
He's frozen.
Yes, I can.
He's not frozen.
Yeah, your internet's going wonky.
Let me change internets here.
Let me change internets? What do you mean by that? Why do you need to change internet? What happened?
Okay, we'll
We
wait.
have a real problem with internet service here.
Okay, they put the picture back up. He's like, I'm having a real problem with the internet service here. Sir, you live in Charlevoix, Michigan. You are a millionaire. He's a millionaire. He sold his business to Lockheed Martin. That dude can afford Starlink if it means finding who killed your daughter, or maybe getting closer to who killed your daughter. Right? This is weird, right? It took him a year to do this. It took him a year to get on the show to do this. And now he doesn't have service, good service. This is Charlevoix, right? It's not Antarctica.
This is a great picture.
Yeah, I looked a little younger there. Quite a bit younger, actually.
Okay, so how'd you meet her?
Yeah,
Sometimes doing that, Chris, I just would like to mention that, as everyone here knows, that you have a victim of a crime, and that's a tragedy. But the other tragedy is that the surviving family members are victims whose lives are changed forever from that point forward. And hopelessness and the impact on their lives is so great that finding justice for the victim and giving peace and closure to these families.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that they didn't. So I'm thinking that maybe they were set up and they thought everything was okay.
That
Hey, White Lotus.
finding justice for the victim and giving peace and closure to these family members is so important.
great point. Absolutely great point. So can you hear us now, John? Okay.
I
No, he's
can.
frozen. Yeah, you're frozen again. Your internet is not very good. I know you're up in the woods. Is there any way to
It
get?
shouldn't be that bad. We're in a little town here, but
Yeah.
let me move here real quick.
Now he's moving. Now he's getting up. What's going on?
All right, he just
Here you
dropped
go.
off because he lost his signal. But
Well, some of the things that we like to entertain here.
Well, it says here, according to AI, Patsy and John Ramsey met in Atlanta. They met after Patsy graduated from West Virginia University and relocated to the city, where she got a job working as a secretary at John's fledgling computer company. The couple subsequently married in 1980. Oh, was he still married to the previous wife? And she was his secretary? What? And he says that she didn't get paid. Hey, Emilio.
Chris is knowing how he met Patsy.
Cooking for a crowd. No one is hating on anyone. We're discussing the facts of this case. Where is any hate? Show me hate.
what types of characteristics about her attracted him to begin with, and vice versa in the development of their relationship. Because we're trying to understand aspects of the relationship and the individual. Because you've got, he's one individual, Patsy's another, and together they represent another whole concept of relationship, not just
Not even on the
individually, but
panel.
collectively.
He's going to show up.
And the more we
There he
begin
is.
to understand that, it applies to all the members of the
I
family.
would love to
See-
know what each one of those guys really thinks.
Thank you for the cooter chat. I think that came in from Pines. Let me see. Pines! I would like to know what each one of these guys really thinks. Me too. Me too. And that's why I, at certain points, zoomed in on each one of them. Certain things he said. Thank you so much.
Similar kinds of information. Can you hear us, John?
Yeah. Hearable. Let's
Yeah,
see, hold on.
No problem. Finish your thought, Greg, while he's getting that set up.
So, as you understand who
How can they even get thoughts out? How can they even like conveniently do this? Absolutely, kale chips.
the victims are, we begin to get a sense of those types of observations that we make and evaluations that we make about the victims' lives, lifestyles, their interests, their
Come on.
hobbies, the work that they do, the relationships that they have.
Thank you for your cooter chat.
What is it about those relationships and individually the characteristics become attractive to the offender? Those are the kinds of things we want to extract from a victimology, and then to begin that whole investigative process. That's why we always begin using this 10 filter investigative model. And we start number one with victimology, because it really opens things up to the probabilities of the relationship between the victim and the offender, rather than the possibilities of it's some stranger that walked by, on Christmas or Christmas Eve and decided to burglarize a home, and lo and behold, he comes across a family and a little girl that he decides to victimize. That's not what happened. And the more we know and understand the family and the individuals in that family, the more we recognize the improbability of that kind of crime here. This was a very well thought out crime, and victimology will play a role in discerning that.
Oh my God! Now he's spinning.
Yeah, John, he's just spinning now. I don't know what's going on with that, but let me take it
Chris is like, I don't know what's going on with that. Like now he's gone again.
out here for a minute. All right, so let's talk about where we left off last week. In the last episode, while we're waiting for him to get his. And remember last time?
Oh my God,
we talked to him the other.
We just got a fucking redirect from Dad's Gone Live. Thank you, Dad's Gone Live. Oh my God. Hold on, you guys. We just got a redirect. Dad's Gone Live and their viewers just joined. Thank you so much, DGL. DGL people coming in hot. I appreciate that support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We are going over John Ramsey and talking about the JonBenét Ramsey case. Thank you, DGL. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Come on in. Come on in. Oh my God, it's so good to see you guys. Thank you guys. Here, I'll take it off subscribers only so you guys can chat. Oh my God, I'm so excited. That is so nice of him. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Now anybody can chat. Thank you, guys.
The other day, he said, if I have to get in my car and drive away to get the best internet, I'm going to do that. And so it won't surprise me. He's
Welcome in,
walking out to his
DGLs.
car as we speak here. So hopefully that will resolve his issues. Oh, there he is.
Thank you
He's
for the
back again.
redirect. Come on in, guys.
I just feel so bad that everything's a judgment. A simple internet problem is a judgment.
Yeah,
right,
right.
Bob? Simon. In a type of case like this, I mean, if the guy sneezes, he didn't sneeze correctly. Just everything. Are you back with us, Mr. John?
I'm back. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
my God,
well,
we
you're
hear you.
frozen. So how about try this? Down at the bottom, you see the little camera icon?
What?
America. Yeah.
Click that off and just see if that helps the bandwidth. Okay. Now, if you can give me a 10 count, see if that's going to work any better.
1, 2, 3,
Whoop.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
but if you just turn off your camera.
Wait, what? Why is he counting? You guys, come on in. Come on in. Hello, Renee. Oh my God. Let us know where you're coming in from. You guys are awesome. Thank you for joining.
And just see if that helps the bandwidth. Okay. Now, if you can give me a 10 count, see if that's going to work any better.
1, 2, 3,
Whoop.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, but if you just turn off your camera, okay, and we'll come back to that later. There you go. And we'll just do this verbally. How about that? Would that be okay with you?
All right. Sure.
Welcome in, DGL
Okay, I think
chat.
that works a little better. So tell me if you can see this picture again.
Oh God, he sees it. He was there.
Can you see your wedding picture?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Then the question from Greg was, and we'll pick it up from there, is how did you and Patsy meet?
Hey, Debbie.
We met actually I met her through friends who were mutual friends. She was visiting them in Atlanta.
Oh.
And I was invited to dinner. And
Oh, he's finally answering how he met Patsy. He met Patsy. Hey, guys, we are going over the interview room, and John Ramsey is having tons of technical problems. And we're trying to determine if this can be avoided. Hello, Montana. Hello, everybody coming in. Ballet Flats. Oh, my gosh. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Make sure you get back to DGL and tell them I say I really appreciate the redirect. You guys were searching all day?
Patsy was there. And I wasn't invited to meet her. She just happened to be visiting our mutual friends. And at the time, I thought, gosh, she's pretty, but she's young. I think I was 33 or 34. She was 23, I think.
No, she was younger than that, I think, John, but okay. He's like, I wasn't supposed to meet her. I thought, God, she's pretty young.
We were 10 or 11, 12 years difference. So she wasn't, and I was single at the time, but she wasn't on my radar. She was, I thought, too young. Nice girl, and then as I got to know her, I thought, man, she's really sharp and a lot more mature than a typical 22-year-old.
Huh?
And so we went out for a date several times, I guess, and she just really impressed me as who she was, regardless of age. She's very mature and very grounded, and I eventually asked her to marry me. And
she was mature and very grounded? That's why you asked her? Huh?
She said, well, I need to talk to my mother first. So, I was older than her, and I'm sure, but her parents were wonderful to me. And so it all worked out.
And John, what was it about Patsy that attracted you to her? Obviously, she's very pretty. It's obvious.
Well, she just was really a very put together person.
Put together?
And she wasn't. She was obviously attractive, but that wasn't really the primary draw. I guess it was just she was very, very smart, very mature, and grounded, and wholesome, and all the above.
Oh my God, this is so weird. This is really weird. Okay, she was obviously attractive, but that wasn't really primary draw. I guess she was very, very smart, very mature, and grounded, and wholesome, and all of the above.
And she just was a very neat person, regardless of age. She could have been 10 years older, and I would have still been equally impressed by who she was, but she was younger, and that originally was kind of a showstopper.
And what kind of common interests did you have?
Oh, God.
Well, she had moved to Atlanta to work for an advertising agency. She graduated, believe it or not, journalism, and was working for an advertising agency. And she she was just very easy to be with, and I wouldn't say we had mutual interests at the time,
What?
particularly, but eventually she got to know my children.
You didn't have shit in common? What? See, he's acting though, but you could sit here and you could go, you know what? Thank you, Bear Den. You could sit here and you could be like, you know what? This guy's really old. Like, he's old. And if you guys want to send a Cooter chat, the Cooter chat is pinned. It will read your Cooter chat out loud. It really gets your message across, if you know what I mean. Hello, Lorena. Hey, you're right across the bridge from me, girl.
Be with, and I wouldn't say we had mutual interests at the time, particularly, but eventually she got to know my children, and she was wonderful with them, and they really liked her. I could tell that. And I don't know, it just clicked.
It just clicked?
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
I'd been divorced for 2 or 3 years, I guess, when I met her, and so it just I don't know a better word for it, that it just really clicked. Our relationship was really clicked, and she was very just very solid person, and very kind person. She was extremely kind, and she was from West Virginia, small town in West Virginia, and she laughed at my jokes. That was a big thing.
Oh, that's a big thing. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. So we got along very well, and I was very attracted to her inner being, personally, who she was.
Sure. And what brought her to Atlanta from West Virginia?
Well, she graduated from journalism from West Virginia University, where she had up in West Virginia, and then came to Atlanta to work, better job opportunities. And these friends, our mutual friends, they were from West Virginia. They'd been in high school together, basically. And that's how she knew my friends, they were my neighbors at the time. And so she came to visit them, and that's when we met. And I don't remember if she had a job then to start, or if she was still looking, but she came to Atlanta to seek employment, basically.
Sure. Dare I ask you what she saw in you?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, here I am, looking back on it, I had 3 children. I was divorced. I was employed. I had a real small little business. And I guess I really appreciated was her parents really accepted me. Here's their oldest daughter, just starting out in life after college, and she runs into this guy with 3 kids, wants to get married.
Thank you, Chloe.
And but her parents were great, and they really took me in.
And how long did you know her, or did you date her before you were married? Is he gone?
Oh my God.
Yeah, he just froze again.
Okay.
We may have to ask him to go into the car like he did the other day.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you guys?
Car.
Sure. And let me invite any members of the group here to also participate in this process.
There you go, John. You can. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine here. You're looking good.
So how long did you date each other, John, until you were married?
We dated, I guess, 1.5 years, 2 years, something like that. And
wait a minute. Did y'all start dating before the divorce? He had 3 kids with a previous wife. Yes, he sure did. So he said he had been married or divorced for 2 years, and they dated for 1.5 years, 2 years, or something like that. Okay, got it. Hey, Lucky Rabbit.
I guess 1.5 years, 2 years, something like that. And got married in Atlanta. And intended to leave Atlanta. That was my home, and she really liked Atlanta, and so we bought a little house there. At the time we met, I was living in an apartment building. We bought a little house and started remodeling it, and off we went.
So your business not really taken off at that point then, would you say, John? Or
Say again, please.
had your business really taken off at that point, or was it still in your business, your work? Was it still in the early stages, or was it?
Well, at the time I was a manufacturer's representative for instrumentation, electronic instrumentation. I'd graduated as an electrical engineer, so I had that credential to get that job. And I was in sales basically, and worked with pretty much all large companies that use.
Oh my God. Buffering again.
Modern technology. He's got to go up to Elon Musk. Zach, Zach, can you get that fixed, please? We haven't heard from Zach. Any thoughts at all while we're waiting for him? I don't think any of us anticipated this piece of the puzzle tonight. That's okay. Whenever it rains, it pours. So we're good. Good things will come out of this.
Listen, here, now they're going to call him.
People get to hear it firsthand. And let me see if there's
people get to hear it firsthand. We sure do. We sure do.
A couple of things up here.
Hey, proud Mimi. Thank you for 15 months.
A couple years ago, great man. Cold Case Foundation for this deep dive. Yes, thank you for being here with us. We're going to ask him. I'm going to ask him if he would drive over to the same spot that he was in our last meeting. Or Dean, can you text him?
Yeah, I'll call him real quick.
Okay, make sure you're muted, please.
Oh my word! So now Dean's going to call him.
That way we can make sure that he at least is heard correctly. Dr. Simon, this dynamic in social media today, where a gentleman like this is under so much scrutiny for the last 30 plus years, and you talked about,
to judge people based.
There we go. Perfectly said. As a matter of fact, and you just mentioned the word training, experience.
Yeah, because. Yeah, exactly.
He's still not back.
And so while we got a little downtime here for a second, you, Greg,
because he had more than enough years in, so he had to leave earlier than what his plans were because of some health.
Hitting that elevator button and going down and down and down and down and down to the tunnel.
And I saw John at CrimeCon in Vegas, and it was really interesting. Jesse Weber, one of the a really cool, great guy and good journalist, was interviewing him, and the first thing he started talking about was JonBenét Ramsey.
Yeah.
And it kind of shifted for a little bit, but he wanted to say a whole bunch more. And I don't think people know that he was asked to actually go and
2 years.
Hang out with the family. Hey, the Reader's Digest version on that. Here's John here. John, can you hear us? I don't know if he can hear us yet. Sometimes StreamYard is just wonky.
Well, just to follow up on that, Chris.
Yep.
I think we mentioned it on the last meeting that we had covering this case with your viewers. But just as a little summary.
He's gone again.
You had mentioned John was my mentor. Absolutely, he was my professional mentor.
He's talking about John, the guy that was at CrimeCon. They're not talking about him, but he's gone again. Okay, here we go. He's back. Now he's in the vehicle. Okay. He has come back and he's in the car.
A brother that you're at odds with. And I had the opportunity my wife and I had the opportunity to spend Thanksgiving with he and his family, which was a real highlight for us.
Welcome in, Bear Den.
There he is.
I think we may have solved the problem. Hang on. Hey, I think you're on. Okay, you're.
Oh my God, he's talking. He says your audio is a little low. Hang on, we're gonna slow it down again.
Your audio is a little low.
Is he hiding from his wife? What's going on?
We're going to solve this problem, John. Don't worry.
Well, it's my end, I'm sure.
You're correct. It is your end. But if just out of curiosity, try turning the camera off for a second. All
Why
right,
would it work
and see if
better
that
in the
made a
car?
difference in audio.
Right, Danish?
Yeah, no, it's low. Do you?
What the French call les incompetents.
Hi, Mama Bear.
All right, you can turn your camera back on.
Is his speaker phone on?
No. Should be.
Try that.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No,
What's going on? Oh my God, Shibby. You gotta
or
remember
try
Shib.
try logging out one more time and log back in, because we're also getting a repeat. Yeah,
He's gone again.
you know, it never fails when you're trying to do something just like this, and the wheels, it's like getting shot at, right? It's like, okay, where's the incoming? Where's it coming from? Right?
Well,
Saturday
we've never
Night
had
Live.
we've never had these issues because he was at his permanent residence. So now that he's on the road, we're having to kind of struggle with this. So
Yeah.
He's on the road. Isn't he at his second house? Sarah, near, far, wherever you are.
But we'll get it. And the audience, thank you guys so much for being patient on this one. We're working through this stuff. We'll get it. He'll get it dialed in.
I came to party.
That's for sure. And Zach, I don't know if you want it to be in the middle, so I'm going to move you down. I'm going to put Kurt in the middle here.
Yeah, his picture looks much better down there.
Yeah, he's over the last couple
back.
forward. I'm going to put this up while we're waiting. Okay, so let's talk about,
Oh no, he's not there, is
the
he?
compartmentalization aspect of the diagrams here.
He's not.
And
Look,
why
this guy is calling him. See this guy right here? He's calling.
we've approached this case this way. I mean, this was going to be towards the end of the Greg?
Sure.
He's still gone?
I mentioned earlier about victimology. You can do that. Do you want to respond to John?
Oh, he comes back. He's back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah. Chris is like, I don't know what's going on over there. I think he has an idea because Chris isn't stupid. Shibby. When the universe sends you signs, you listen. Right? God, this is a perfect time for that.
God bless
What?
America.
Chloe SF. She said, who cares where the fuck he is? Traveling. He knew he had this presentation. Interview. They should have tested the signal for the stream before. When it was first started, it was perfect. It was perfect. I know the dark background. I'm intrigued by that too. Interesting. Interesting, huh, Pines? Huh. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going.
I don't know what's going on, and he says over there, I don't know what's going on.
Over there. But is there a coffee shop or anything near you, John? Like a Starbucks?
I'm telling you, his wife came in there and nothing was the same after that. It's almost like she turned off the internet or something. Now listen to this next part.
Not that you want to go into Starbucks and start talking about your daughter's case. So maybe that's a dumb idea.
He's
for some reason you keep the whole.
Yeah, he just drove to another location trying to find a different website. So
he's trying to find right, exactly, Shibby. That's why I'm doing this. Listen. Totally the wife. He's trying to find Wi-Fi to connect to. I think she did. I think she had a signal jammer and she was like, nope, you're not talking about that ugly bitch. Something is up. Something is up.
you want me to try to see if I can get him on my speakerphone here, and maybe we'll at least see if that works?
Yeah, let's do that.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Now we're gonna get
You want
on
me to continue,
speaker.
Chris, in the meantime?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Greg.
Okay, so
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Yikes.
You know,
so we try to understand the offender just as much as we understand the victim, because we
Okay,
want
now
to
where's he gonna go to next?
appreciate
Mickey
the
D's?
dynamics that are occurring between the victim and the offender. What is one
Still
of the
not
things that he
back.
has to
I'm
do?
skipping
Success-
forward.
noises that he may
Still
hear.
not back.
Light.
And it's not anybody's fault.
right.
It's just, it's,
You know, the concept of prejudice, isn't it?
yeah. And
How has that impacted, you know, seeing how we're talking about?
I would say that that's virtually impossible.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
and
on,
so
hold on,
what
hold
was
on.
the analysis aspect? So I'm going to just kind of put, while we're waiting for John, put a couple of these up on the board. And Kurt, let me ask you first, with Lou, what was Lou's theory?
Well, I think he was a proponent of the intruder theory for sure, but
I think that they think he's listening right now. I think that they think he's still listening because they're about to talk about Lou Smith, and Lou Smith thought that there was an intruder that went through the window. And now they're going to talk about the unknown DNA. Remember the DNA that was tested that came back to like somebody in like Vietnam or something? And they said it could have been from where the underwear were manufactured. Well, you're going to hear them say something about a Japanese person. So listen.
in order to believe that it was John or Patsy or Bert that was involved in the crime, you also have to believe that somehow they were capable of taking unknown male DNA and staging it at the crime scene on JonBenét's person.
Oh, on
And
JonBenét's person, it said Japanese. I was like, what are they talking about? Lou Smith was an investigator. So they're saying that John or Patsy or Burke would have had to place the unknown male DNA there without leaving their own. Sorry, I thought it said Japanese. It was just the freaking captions. I was like, what? But wouldn't JonBenet have her parents' DNA on her already? And what if wouldn't your DNA be on your kids? How could her be in her, like if there's no DNA of her parents on her, don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think that's a problem if her parents' DNA is not on her, but somebody else's is? Why doesn't she have her parents' DNA on her? Right? So Lou Smith was a 30-year detective with the Colorado Springs Police Department and El Paso County Sheriff's Office. He never lost a homicide case he investigated and turned over to prosecutors. In 1975, Lou Smith actually helped solve the murder of Karen Grammer, the younger sister of actor Kelsey Grammer. Did not know that. No, he wasn't cradling. Well, I don't know what he did in the basement, but when he carried her up, Leo, he held her like this. He held her like that. Right, but there was DNA on her long johns. I don't know. Let's keep going.
Somehow they were able to do that without any sort of transfer of their own DNA in the process.
How did this happen without their DNA being on her? I don't understand.
I would say that that's virtually impossible.
Yeah, and so what was let's see here from Dean just sent me a text. So let's see, is John back, Dean?
Yes, we've got him on speaker, so let's see if you can hear.
Let's see if, so hopefully if everybody can mute so we don't get any feedback.
He's on speaker now.
Let's give that a try.
You can hear if they can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Okay, perfect. But he can't see the photographs, can he?
He wants him to see these photographs so bad. He's like, I can't see him, can he? Yeah, he held her out like underneath. Yeah, there's like a drawing of it. Hold on. Like this. John Ramsey emerged from the basement carrying the body of JonBenét, not cradled close, but held away from him, his hands gripping her waist. The child's head was above him. Above his head. He was holding her up in the air. Hold on. The child's head was above his, facing him. Her arms were raised high, stiffened by rigor mortis, and her lips were blue. The child was obviously dead. He held her up in the air like, what? The fuck? So it says down here, it's ironic in the TV movie that came out in the year 2000, the actor playing John holds her close to his body. In reality, her body was stiff from rigor mortis. This is a college-educated man with $1 billion business. You can't tell me he didn't know she was dead and had been dead for a long time. Yeah. Here's Linda. Oh, we have a deposition of Linda Arndt. The first. We're going to have to read through these another night. I didn't know there was a civil. The civil case against the first detective, that woman with the crazy eyes, who was there and said that this is what she saw. There's a deposition from a civil suit. And we have this to watch tonight, too. Larry King. Oh, my God. Going back to 2000. This is very crazy. So Thomas, this is from Thomas's book. His name is Steve Thomas. He actually worked for the Boulder Police Department. Steve Thomas. He is right here. This is Steve Thomas, and he ain't buying their fucking story. He was so frustrated with how this case went down that he resigned from the Boulder police. Yeah, it's wild, right? Okay, so let's go back to this. And it's going to bring us to other things, as we go. His book is good.
No,
I've never read it.
But I'll explain it to him real quick. I can tell him which ones it is.
Okay. Hang on for a minute. Is there any way he can find internet? I don't know if this is going to work.
See, Chris does not want him on the phone. He wants him to see these things he's putting up on the screen. That was proof to me, you guys. I don't think that Chris is convinced this guy is innocent. I just don't. Why would he care? Why would he care if he's on speaker or not? Sugar Shack, thank you for the floating hearts. Why would he care? If he's just wanting to get information, you can get information without him seeing. He wants him to see. And he wants to be able to see. Yes, Penny. Yes. Oh. Yes, the detectives were cut off at every corner. Yes, it's about this specifically. So he's muted. He's telling John, this ain't going to work, dude.
So while he's figuring that out, Lou's theory was somehow somebody in the family would have to plant DNA underneath, unknown male DNA underneath the fingernails, of the body, on the body of JonBenét Ramsey. Is that correct?
Well, and to this day, we still don't know who that is. Going back to victimology, who did the Ramseys know that we don't know that was capable of doing that and staying concealed for almost 30 years?
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Who did the Ramseys know that we don't know that was capable of doing that.
Doing that and staying concealed for almost 30 years now. I think I mentioned this during the first episode that the Boulder Police Department always approached this as though there were 4 people in the house that night. John.
So it's interesting, too, when I went back and played his numerous interviews at CrimeCon, let me tell you something. He had the exact same answers, almost to the word. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to take the transcripts from all of his interviews that he's done and see how fucking similar they are, because the 2 I played from 2 different years at CrimeCon were like scripted. It was like the same words. I was like,
these nuts.
What are you talking about?
And Patsy and Burke and JonBenét. And when they received the CBI report indicating that there was unknown male DNA on JonBenét's body, and the CBI report specifically ruled out John and Patsy and Burke, they continued on with this idea that it was one of those individuals that committed the crime, not the unknown male DNA that they found evidence of on JonBenét's body.
And that was 1997.
That's correct. That was almost 3 weeks to the day after the crime was committed.
So in today's world, if within 3 weeks of a homicide, a la Brian Koberger.
This is another thing that doesn't make sense. There's this supposed DNA, right? But he's saying, oh, I want it tested. I want it tested.
Would they have held that back to the public, do you think? And I'm asking the audience. I think the answer to that is pretty clear. The answer would have been no. In fact, they released that information to the public once they identified who he was. But to this day, John has been trying to advocate for companies to come in and test further.
Advocate for companies to come in and test further the DNA? Dude, you're at CrimeCon with fucking Othram. What are you doing? What? I have no idea, fly on your wall. That's what I don't understand. Like, what?
DNA, is that correct?
Yes. One of the Boulder County District Attorney's investigators, Steve Ainsworth, has been involved in this case very early on. He now works for Othram Laboratories.
Wait, what? Wait, I didn't catch this the first time. One of the Boulder County District Attorney investigators, Steve Ainsworth, has been involved in this case from early on. He now works for Othram Laboratories. What? What is happening right now? ATS. What's going on? So, one of the investigators from the DA's department in Boulder now works for Othram. I just said, wow, you were at CrimeCon with Othram, but what the hell? Does unknown DNA really exist? Where does that come from? Did that only come from John Ramsey? Or is that from investigators in the case? I'm going to do a Google search. The fuck? Where is Andy? Andy was here. Where's Andy? I need her to hear this. Andy Kopsa. Oh my goodness.
And test further the DNA, is that correct?
Yes. One of the Boulder County District Attorney's investigators, Steve Ainsworth, has been involved in this case very early on. He now works for Othram Laboratories, and there are several laboratories.
It says Steve Ainsworth. It's on the CrimeCon website. He serves as the law enforcement liaison for Othram. What does that mean? What's a law enforcement liaison? Doesn't that mean that he'd be able to very easily get the DNA from Boulder? If it was there? He does speaking engagements. In 2021, he retired after 44 years. So what was Steve Ainsworth's thought on, I'm going to put Steve Ainsworth, John Ramsey. Like, what did he think? Okay, so Steve Ainsworth believed that an intruder killed JonBenét Ramsey in 96, not her parents. He was on loan to help the district attorney. What? Detective Steve Ainsworth stated there should be a more aggressive investigation into the intruder theory. What the fuck? Oh, there's no. There's a website. Or I mean a lawsuit. Wolf versus Ramsey. Robert Christian Wolf versus John and Patsy Ramsey. Is this the one we've read? 2003. This is in Georgia. This guy's mentioned in here. Okay, so it says the coroner took nail clippings from JonBenét. Male DNA was found under JonBenét's right hand fingernail that does not match that of any Ramsey. Defendants also assert, now the defendants are the Ramseys, that male DNA was found under JonBenét's left hand fingernail that does not match a Ramsey. In addition, male DNA was found in her underwear that does not match that of any Ramsey and has not yet been sourced. The Boulder Police Department has yet to identify the male whose DNA was found at the crime scene. Finally, a Caucasian, pubic or axillary hair was found on the blanket covering her body. The hair does not match that of any Ramsey and has not been sourced. What? Finally, the coroner's report notes injuries on the right side of JonBenét's face and lower left back, while defendants assert that these injuries are consistent with the use of a stun gun. The plaintiff notes that the coroner's report does not expressly state the injuries were the result of such instrument. Okay, let's keep going.
For Othram Laboratories, and there are several laboratories that have been given contact information to the Boulder Police Department. There have been many opportunities to test and retest items that in today's investigations would have been looked at for touch DNA if it was a burglary case, let alone a homicide investigation. So there's opportunities to discover more DNA.
Yeah, there's a lot that we'll share with you as we go along. Where we don't want to do it tonight. I mean, we're hoping to get through this victimology aspect of things because it's really important that the public understand the dynamics.
All right, we're skipping forward.
Leading up to the commission of the crime.
He's back now. See, now he's back. He's in the car. He's got the phone. Now watch. I think he's got the phone and the laptop. That's what I want to know,
Okay,
Bobo.
John is back.
Hey, Colleen.
Sorry you're having to go through this. Your mic is muted. So
Like, what's so funny, dude? They're sitting here talking about victimology of your little 6-year-old, beautiful little girl. And it's pissing me off. Like, JonBenét deserved better. Like, dude, you're a millionaire. Have some fucking internet. Or maybe don't fight with your wife while you're discussing her cold case. I don't know. But something just is very disrespectful about this to me. At the very least. It just seems like she deserves better and he has the means to do better. And it's been 30 years. 30 years. And let's not forget these pictures. Right? Don't like it. I don't like it.
You know, your mic is
Thank
muted.
you for the flow state, CS.
So there you go.
See if that works any better.
The only reason I just feel sorry for you right now, because here you are in front of the world, live, by the way, live streaming.
Listen, I can tell you right now, all of my kids had what we called a ginky. My granddaughter also had a ginky. Never have I ever found a pubie on their blankets. This was her blankie. It was her favorite blankie. There should not be a pube on a 6-year-old's blankie. You know what I mean? Never have I ever. Never have I ever. I mean, that's just fucking gross. Ugh. Good night, Danish. Yes, that's what we were just saying, music movies.
Here you are in front of the world, live, by the way, live streaming. Okay. And you're just.
And he's laughing. Chris is like, I kind of feel sorry for you right now. I kind of feel sorry for him too, because I don't think he's doing a very good job.
Live, by the way, live streaming. Okay.
You think so, Don?
And you're just trying to get Elon Musk to help you out and get the internet to work. But
You didn't need him, you know?
Right. But
That's right.
Okay, but wait for this part. Are you guys ready? Thank you, Heather. And thank you, Gyps. Wait for this part. Here we go. This is Chris. Oh boy, listen.
But here's what's going to happen. And this is why I have the comments turned off. Okay. John, and I think you're used to it, but I just want to tell you, my prediction is going to be, you're going to be eviscerated on the internet.
Ooh. Holy shit. You're going to be eviscerated on the internet. He's going to be like, my audience understands it, but right, you're going to be eviscerated. I feel sorry for you right now.
Is going to be, you're going to be eviscerated on
Ooh-wee,
the internet.
that will scare somebody.
Because you're having internet problems. And this is one of the things that I hope, those our audience, I mean, my TIR audience are very understanding and giving and empathetic. But, we haven't heard the story yet. And he's already going to be judged 10 times, 50 times, 100 times.
Look, what's he doing? Is he listening? Is he caring? What's going on? Eviscerated is a very, very strong word. So if you don't know what eviscerated means, I'm going to look up the exact definition. Eviscerated is the past tense and past participle of eviscerate. It means to disembowel, the act of removing the internal organs from a body. It's also used to describe the destruction of something by depriving it of its essential parts, core meaning, or power. Yikes. Hey, Harris. Yikes. And now he's got the phone up to his ear. He's like, what? What are you talking about? What's going to happen to me?
But kind of in a roundabout way, that's the whole reason we're doing this, so that people can see for themselves, hear for themselves, and listen to John Ramsey, who was there that day. Unfiltered. This is exactly unfiltered, this whole event as it's taking place here. Okay.
Unfiltered, eviscerated. Yikes, says Harris. Woo!
But I'm watching the chat, and there are already people that have driven over him with a steamroller. Okay, because he can't even because he can't get his internet to work appropriately because he's upstate Michigan, okay, in the woods, where I wish I was.
Or instead, you should really.
And guess what? Guess who's from Michigan? I met Chris and Karen at CrimeCon, and she's from Michigan. And she's from like the middle of Michigan, in the middle of like nowhere. And yeah.
Realize he was in his house first, had to get in his car and start driving around because of his commitment to sharing this information with everyone.
He's doing this because of his commitment. That dude's like laughing at him though. Watch.
I wish I was.
Or instead, you should realize he was in his house first, had to get in his car and start driving around because of his commitment to sharing this information with everyone.
Exactly. And
He
so
could have just put it at the house and said, that's it. But no, he's
All
driven
right,
around.
try it again. We've got him to where I think he can see on the computer.
Okay.
Let's see if we can talk this way.
Okay,
Oh my
let's
God.
try that. So we've got this where we left off, where the question was, you fell in love with this young lady right here, and you had an electrical engineering degree, and then Greg was going to pick it up.
I think Dean, didn't you have a question that you posed to John?
So, John, I was asking about just your business. What's been said about how.
Okay, so now we're finally on to the business. Lots been said about how big your business was and all that. But can you explain what level of business you were at, right? So they're going to ask him. And remember when he was asked about Patsy? Where'd you guys meet? What attracted you to her? Okay. Now, wait for the details. Wait for the details. You think this guy's senile? You think this guy can't remember anything? Listen to the details.
Big your business was and all that, but can you kind of explain what the level of business you were in at the time that you and Patsy met?
Yeah, I was a very, very small company. Well, I think one person. I might have had a part-time person then, and we were a manufacturer's representative for electronic equipment to mostly sold
He had one person.
the industry and mostly just measurement equipment, various kinds. And I was really just getting started. I'd been in the Navy for three and a half years, and left, came back, finished a master's degree, and then started my own little business. And I don't even think I think I was working out of my house at the time. So there was nothing to be excited about at that point, certainly for Patsy.
So how long had you guys been married when you kind of felt like the business really started taking off and life was changing, lifestyle was changing, and all of that?
Well, Patsy, after we got married, she might have been my first full-time employee. She didn't get paid, but she was there every day.
When we got married, Patsy became my full-time employee. She didn't get paid, but she was there every day. You hear that? You hear that? What'd you like about her? Well, I liked that her parents liked me. I liked that her parents accepted me. I was really happy about that. What year did you get married? Oh, I couldn't tell you the year.
Life was changing, lifestyle was changing, and all of that.
Well, Patsy, after we got married, she might have been my first full-time employee. She didn't get paid, but she was there every day. And she helped me a lot. And I used to say she's my secret weapon because part of our...
She was my secret weapon. You ready? He was doing sales. She was my secret weapon in sales. Listen.
What we had to do was convince a manufacturer of these instruments to let us represent them in the Southeast where we live.
We had to look at his tongue. We had to talk to the manufacturer of some of these instruments to let us represent them in the Southeast where we lived. And Patsy was really good at helping with that effort. She was a real asset in our little business.
And Patsy was really good at helping with that effort, and she was a real asset in our little business. And we made some mistakes, we made some good choices, and we kind of were lucky that we got involved with the PC world, personal computer.
Oh, you got involved in the PC world, huh?
Lucky that we got involved with the PC world, personal computer world, when it just was getting going, and IBM hadn't even really hit the stage yet. And But it was
Hear that? IBM hadn't really hit the stage yet. He remembers all the details.
it was just kind of
The point is that he doesn't forget, because when he's asked about JonBenét, he forgets. Just wait. Just wait. This is why you have to watch these, and you have to be open to it.
lucky because we were there and got involved with it and started at another element of our business, which was distribution, where we actually bought the product and then resold it to. At the first, it was to individuals, and then as the market grew,
I'm just gonna let him talk.
Reseller concept developed, where these specialists would go into these companies and sell systems.
Just a
and then
shot
they
of
buy the
tequila
equipment
and a
from
nice
us.
blunt.
So we kind of shifted to distribution model, selling to resellers who then sold to the user, and we supported the reseller. Yeah, you probably, it was working pretty well. Maybe 6 or 8 years after we got married, but we realized we were still a real small potato, and we had to get bigger faster, or we wouldn't survive in that business. And so we merged with a company in Boulder and another one in New York that I knew from being in the industry. And we put these three little companies together in, I think, 1989. And we basically took three profitable small companies, put them together.
I mean, he has perfect signal, no problems. He remembers this, right? I got to think, is she? To eviscerate means to destroy someone's argument or reputation so completely that it leaves them powerless. It is the verbal equivalent of pulling the guts out of a person's ideas, making them look foolish and empty. Thank you for your super chat. So alert, I know.
And made one large unprofitable company out of it, which wasn't the plan, but that's what happened. And so we made Boulder the headquarters because that company was more robust than the other two, including mine. And so in order to try to save this entity that we put together, I commuted to Boulder every week, back and forth from Atlanta. Fly out Monday, come back Friday or Saturday morning.
Do you remember this? Or, I mean, you hear this? Fly out Monday, come back Friday or Saturday morning. We did that for about a year. He knows everything, but listen to this next part. Here we go. Ready? Listen to what Burke told the kindergarten teacher. This is about dynamics, family dynamics. You ready?
And I did that for about a year. And we eventually kind of got the company going right, so it wasn't unprofitable. But we learned from Burke's teacher at the time. I guess he was maybe in kindergarten or preschool, but he told his teacher.
Kindergarten or preschool, he don't know because he wasn't there. But listen what he told the teacher.
Well, my mom lives in Atlanta. My dad lives in Colorado. We thought, that's not a good. He told his teacher, well, my mom lives in Atlanta. My dad lives in Colorado. We thought, that's not a good picture.
No, that's not a good picture. That's not a good picture at all, actually.
For the kids to have. So we would say, okay, let's move to Colorado for 2 years, and then we'll come back to Atlanta. That'll give us time to really help get things working.
Let's go for 2 years. He only wanted to be there for 2 years. Oops. Damn it. Hold on.
Properly. And so that's how we ended up moving to Boulder. And we had not intended to stay more than 2 years max. And but say we ended up staying 5 years. And but that's kind of how we ended up in Boulder. But by that time, the business was doing well.
Okay, so I only wanted to be there 2 years. We ended up staying 5. I wonder why.
Well, we put these three companies together, and Lockheed had invested in us because they were trying to diversify out of the aerospace industry a little bit. And we, of course, we're not in that business at all. And so that was just sort of happened, and it was fortunate for us because they helped us financially. And
He just keeps going and going and
we started
going.
to really grow, and we were just at the right place at the right time, quite frankly. And that was just kind of lucky. But the industry is growing like crazy. We were kind of in part of it. We were growing as well.
me about the time frame of when JonBenét came into the picture would have been about the time that the business and you guys had already moved to Boulder. Is that correct, Ken?
Yeah, the transition to Boulder was over some time, but JonBenét was born in
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. Does he keep this picture up? Or does he take it down? You got to watch him here. You got to watch him here. He conveniently goes mute. He's talking all about the biz. Okay. We know what picture is being shown, so we don't need to see that. But watch what happens. So they're like, yeah, so that's about the time, when JonBenét came in the world. Right?
Yeah, the transition to Boulder was over some time, but JonBenét was born in so she was.
What? Dude.
He's muted.
And Chris just called him out. Yo, saying me. Yeah. Chris is like, he's muted. And I'm going to tell you, when you are in StreamYard, you can see when your people are muted on their end. Watch him unmute.
How about now?
Say it again, John. He's muted.
Yes.
Okay, he's back.
So which part did you hear there, Chris?
We missed everything.
Everything?
No, just JonBenét came into the picture.
We missed everything. He's like, repeat it.
JonBenét came into the picture around 90, about the time that the business was taken off, right, John?
Yeah, we had decided to move to Boulder at that time, but hadn't moved yet. JonBenét was born in Atlanta in August 1990. And
he says August 1990. So now he remembers.
When we actually physically moved and got reestablished in Boulder, it was probably a year and a half later, something like that. And JonBenét was just, she was walking, but she was very little.
So let's talk about these dynamics here, John. Can you explain who's in this picture?
I'm going to show you.
Can you see this picture?
Of course, I'm in the middle, of course. To my left is son John, John Andrew. To the right is my daughter Melinda, who is my middle daughter. And then JonBenét is in front of Melinda, and of course Patsy, and then Burke is on Patsy's left there in the sweater. And I don't know exactly when that was taken, but JonBenét looks like she was probably maybe 3, I'm guessing.
So tell us about your older son and daughter.
Well, John.
Okay, so check out this photo. Look what are they on? A sailboat. What do you do when you sail? You tie knots, right? This is crazy. Did they all know how to tie knots? Who knew how to tie knots? Someone broke Patsy's paintbrush in half and made a garrote out of rope, some kind of rope, twine, cord, and Patsy's broken paintbrush. They broke the handle off. And they're going to show him that fucking garrote. And I'm going to show you guys the garrote right now. This is the garrote. This was not made by a child. This was not made by someone who doesn't have perverted, nasty thoughts. I don't know what kind of a knot this is. I don't know if it has a name. Thank you so much, CS. I watched this on the interview room, but watching your analysis is very interesting. The tech issues made it difficult to follow. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys all being here, and thank you for the support to the channel. It is greatly appreciated. So I just think that a lot of people forget that this was the rope that was found, and that's why he said she was going to do rock climbing. This rope was found in a guest bedroom. The Ramseys said it wasn't theirs. Well, I would think if the paintbrush that was used was in Patsy's craft room, that someone would have had to grab the paintbrush, break the end off of it here, and make it on the spot. Right. He said she was doing rock climbing in January. So if we do this, JonBenét, it's all in his deposition, but we'll go JonBenét rock climbing. John Ramsey. She went to the East Boulder Rec Center. I did not know that. But anyways, it's in his deposition. I'll have to look for it. But anyways, he did say in his deposition that in January she was supposed to do it. I think he says it in this. No. He says it in this. He says it in here. Let's keep going.
This time, was it had gone to, or was going to the University of Colorado.
Sorry, I totally went off track. So we're back at this picture of the family, and he's asking about the dynamics. He says, John Andrew. So we're starting with John Andrew, who is right here. Mind you, John Andrew's semen was found on a comforter, I believe, in a suitcase in the basement. Gateshead. Well, look, this is JonBenét right here. So JonBenét, Patsy, and that's Melinda, John Jr., Burke, and John Ramsey. Harris, wasn't that interesting? I got to bring them back. Was it the same suitcase, Angel, that was under the window, or was it a different one? John Andrew is the son right here, this guy. So he's about to tell you that he had gone to the University of Colorado. Okay, here's John. This is about John Andrew.
Well, John Andrew, this time was had gone to, or is going to the University of Colorado, and Melinda was at the University of Georgia in a nursing program, and they were doing well. And you know, when I lived in Atlanta, I never expected to leave. That was my.
Okay, that's weird, right? So he was asked about the family dynamic in that picture with the sailboat. Why do you think that he's now gone back to when I was living in Atlanta, I never planned to leave?
My home, I love being there. And he kind of had to leave to rectify this little mess we made in the business merger.
Wait, what?
You know, when I lived in Atlanta, I never expected to leave. That was my home. I love being there. And he kind of had to leave to rectify this little mess we made in the business merger.
What little mess you made in the business merger? Oh my God, let me see if I can find John Andrew Ramsey, comforter, suitcase, JonBenét. The suitcase and contents belong to John Andrew. The book was given to him as a graduation gift. Oh, the places you will go. The duvet was his, and it had his semen on it. I think it's possible they intended to use the suitcase to carry her out of the house, but discarded that option. Her favorite nightgown was beside her, and she was wrapped in her favorite white blanket. So John Andrew got a copy of the Dr. Seuss book, Oh, the Places You Will Go. And it was in the suitcase. Hold on. It was an adult Dr. Seuss books. What? Wait. Okay, what is this? Pineapple bowl, Patricia and Burke's fingerprints, glass on the table in North Dining Room. Oh, right here. It says a sham and duvet in it with John Andrew. Look, it says adult. It had the adult Dr. Seuss book in it. What does that mean? I do not think lab tests have been done to determine if the suitcase had dust on it. And there's something else. I'm not aware of tests being done to determine something. This is from Court TV. The fuck? Oh my God, what? Dude, what's a Dr. Seuss adult book? What does that mean? This is wild. Oh my God. John Andrew was, I guess, at college because he just said that. He said John Andrew, and he kind of stumbled around. Hold on. I got to get the transcript again. But, let's try to get caught up. Hold on. Okay, so he says about John Andrew, I'm going to read it verbatim. Well, John Andrew, this time, he had gone to or was going to the University of Colorado. And Melinda was at the University of Georgia in a nursing program. So where the hell was John Andrew? Hey, Rollins. What mess in the business merger? Earlier, he said he moved back before the merger. But he went to the University of Colorado. It's called The Seven Lady Godivas. The 7 women appear naked in the book. Oh, my God. Okay. And then there was semen on his duvet. Grossed me the fuck out. Okay. So here's what he says about John Andrew.
Well, John Andrew, this time had gone to, or is going to the University of Colorado, and Melinda was at the University of Georgia in a nursing program, and they were doing well. And when I lived in Atlanta, I never expected to leave. That was my home. I loved being there, and kind of had to leave to rectify this little mess we made in the business merger. But at the time, before we decided to move, I thought, well, I hope my kids will never have to leave Atlanta because it's a big enough city. Older, they can find employment and progress in a career. It's a big enough city. There's plenty of opportunity. We'll all be together, and that's going to be wonderful.
Okay. He said, I hope my kids will never have to leave Atlanta.
That was the grand plan. And of course, then I ended up moving, which was not part of the plan, but had to be done. But I had really only planned to be gone 2 years max. And John and Linda, of course, were off in college, but Atlanta was, in their minds, their home.
How did that affect the relationships, John, having to move?
Ooh, this gets interesting right here.
And basically being home part-time. How did that affect your relationship with Patsy and JonBenét and your older children? Yeah.
Well, the kids were, well, as soon as they met some friends, they were happy in Boulder. Of course, John was going to school there, so that worked out pretty well.
John was going to school there, so that worked out pretty well. So how often was John at home? Huh? Why would John still be at the college on Christmas Day? I thought John was on a plane. If you Google it. John says he was sitting on a plane when he found out that his little sister was dead. No, I'm talking about the son, dude. The son. The son. Where was John Andrew Ramsey when JonBenét died? He was in Atlanta. Oh. He spent the Christmas holiday in Atlanta with his mother and sister. And he was on an airplane in Georgia, flying to Minneapolis to meet his father. He was able to provide multiple witness statements and alibi evidence and was fully cleared of any involvement. So he went to his mom's, and then he was flying out to meet his dad.
And Melinda was at the University of Georgia, which was a couple hours from Atlanta, so she was living in Augusta, or not Augusta, at the time where the school is. So kind of worked out that we didn't really abandon them by moving, but nevertheless, that wasn't the intent or the plan at the time.
Abandoned them by moving.
So it created a certain level of stress for the family, I'm sure, under those circumstances.
I'm sorry, say it again.
It created a certain level of stress between the family members for being, yeah.
We had a very hard time finding a house in Boulder.
Wow. Do you like that deflection? They said it created a certain level of stress between the family members. Yeah, we had a hard time finding a house. Damn. Yeah, if he lives close, he would be there. Like, every now and then at least.
We had a very hard time finding a house in Boulder. It was kind of a strange market, and things were expensive, and we kind of had to take what was available. And
what does this even mean?
All good. And it was certainly stressful for Patsy, I'm sure. And
sure.
It was certainly stressful for Patsy, I'm sure.
The kids were. The only thing that I noticed with them was that the times 2 hours earlier.
Wow. He was asked how this stress put on his children. He just used the word abandon, but they asked him about the stressors of the family, and he's saying, well, one thing I do remember is the 2-hour time difference. The kids had an adjustment on their body, but they did well. They were fine. Patsy took care of it all.
The kids were. The only thing that I noticed with them was that the times 2 hours earlier. So we'd be out for dinner at 6 p.m. and they'd fall asleep because it was 8 o'clock. Their body time. So they had adjustment. But they did well. They were be fine. And Patsy was willing to do what she needed to do to support what we needed to do.
Huh? Patsy was willing to do what she needed to do to support what we wanted, what we needed to do. This is weird.
To do what she needed to do to support what we needed to do, and I was very appreciative. But she, life in Atlanta, she had lots of friends. We both had lots of friends in Atlanta, so we hated to leave them. But
okay, so now we've got the sailing picture back up.
sort of had to because of our work, for my
And-
work. Patsy was
We had to, okay. She had lots of friends there. We both had lots of friends in Atlanta, so we needed to leave them, but sort of had to because of our work or my work, as she was the mother.
sort of had to because of our work, for my
And-
work. Patsy
and-
was she was the mother.
And you had a daughter who had passed away in a car accident before you had to go to Boulder, and I would guess that was something you were still, as a family, still dealing with every year, both at the holidays and the significant dates, birthdays, etc. How did you deal with that as a family?
Okay, so we have the death of his daughter on January 8th, 1992 on Interstate 55 near County Line Road in Burr Ridge, Downers Grove Township, Illinois, Chicago area. There was a 1986 BMW driven by Matthew Parks Darrington, age 22. His passenger was Beth Ramsey, age 22. She was a Delta Airlines flight attendant. Darrington was accelerating into traffic on wet, rain, slicked pavement during the bad weather. The BMW lost control. It slid into the path of an oncoming bakery bread delivery truck. Both Beth and Matthew were killed at the scene. So the question was, how did you deal with this as a family?
Well, we, of course, got the kids at school and was very involved in that. She had a philosophy of letting the kids try anything they wanted to try. And in terms of activities, JonBenét, she did a lot of different things. But Burke, I remember Burke was on a little baseball team, a little league team he could get involved with. He got involved with that, and we'd go to the games, and JonBenét go with us. And JonBenét, she tried soccer, she tried violin lessons, piano lessons.
Hold on. You know what I can't imagine, Frilly? We all know how grief feels. All of us have lost someone. But I can't believe that after all of this, that he's downplaying pageants when that could have been a factor in what got his daughter murdered. We're hearing about soccer, violin, piano, rock climbing lessons, everything but pageants. When we've seen these images for 30 years, I can't believe that.
Violin lessons, piano lessons, and she was scheduled to take a rock climbing lessons after December of '96, starting in January. So that was just kind of Patsy's philosophy. Let the kids try what they want to try and see what they might be good at and enjoy. So that's kind of what we did as a family.
And about when did JonBenét get involved with the dancing? Was it dancing and beauty contests?
The first time they called it dancing. Now they threw in beauty contests. He says, oh, yeah, look. Yep, she did that.
Or both? Or what was happening with that? About how long was it?
And I don't remember the sequence, but she was in a dance class. A little dance class. It was extracurricular.
What? What does that mean?
Was in a dance class. A little dance class. It was extracurricular. And, she'd gotten interested. She was a very extroverted person.
She was a very extroverted person. Dude, she was 6. She was 6. Huh?
And, she'd gotten interested. She was a very extroverted person. She was always up and in terms of emotionally and just active, very extroverted. And Patsy had been in the Miss America band in 1997, I think. And
did he say 1997? What? Hold on. Wasn't it the 77? 1977.
It's America in 1997, I think. And John Benet was kind of enamored with that. And
Well, I think the rope and the rock climbing is interesting, right? That we're hearing about rock climbing. Yeah, extracurricular dance, pretty hate.
and by the way, Patsy never told me that. We dated for 6 or 8 months, and she never ever mentioned that. And her friends told me, Patsy was in this American.
Oh, so he never even knew she was in pageants. Oh my God. Like, he didn't even know. Her friends told him.
I didn't know that. She never said that. So it was not a big deal for Patsy.
It was not a big deal for Patsy. The picture says differently. I'm sorry. I have to get out the bullshit button. I know you guys, some of you guys might be mad, but. It wasn't very important to her. No, she just had these fucking pageant pictures. Nope. Meant nothing. Meant absolutely nothing to this woman. With a crown and a wand and her sash that says Miss West Virginia. Nope, it meant nothing. It's no big deal. I think she just did it to get a scholarship to college. Yeah, that's what it is. I have no idea. I don't know who even came up with this idea. This is ridiculous. But as soon as he says it's no big deal, Chris is like, boom, there's the picture.
I didn't know that. She never said that. So it was not a big deal for Patsy. It was just something she did. It was a neat experience. And
It was something she did. It was a neat experience.
she got a scholarship
She got a scholarship.
to college. But John Benet was fascinated with it, and I don't.
John Benet was fascinated with it, but she knew nothing about it. It was no big deal. They never talked about it. But somehow, John Benet she was fascinated, but hey, she was a very extroverted person. Hey, Sarah Slater, welcome in. Welcome in, you guys. If you guys have not hit the like button yet tonight, please hit the like button. We are learning new things together. We are reviewing the latest interview with John Ramsey from the interview room. Cooter chats are pinned, super chats, memberships, and jewels are welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys.
I don't know whose idea it was first, but they said, okay, well, and Patsy had come down with ovarian cancer, stage 4 ovarian cancer, when John Benet was 4, I think. And Patsy went through a year of very intense chemotherapy. It's an experimental program at National Institute of Health that we got her involved with because a friend of mine who was a doctor recommended it strongly. So he got us into this experimental program. The stage 4 ovarian was a pretty bleak outcome, potentially. So, and Patsy was just devastated, mainly because she had 2 children to raise. And she said, why would God give me 2 wonderful children to raise and then give me ovarian cancer? And she just was distraught for that reason. She potentially, for high probability, she wouldn't survive to raise her children. So, but we got her in this experimental program, and say a year later, she was declared in remission. And so she was just so grateful to be alive. I think she wanted to put a lot of investment in her kids, more than normal.
Okay. So now we're using Patsy's ovarian cancer to justify the pageants. Chloe, yep.
Wanted to put a lot of investment in her kids, more than normal. Because she never said this, but I think deep down she knew she wouldn't likely live normal life. Ovarian, your outlook is about a 5-year future at best, and so I think she really wanted to invest a lot of do a lot of things with JonBenét and Burke. Packed a lot in there.
Hold on. Do you think that the thought of possibly losing his wife and having to care for Burke and JonBenét was stressful for him? Thinking of her dying. Like when she was going through treatment for a year, who was helping with the kids, I wonder? I wonder who...
What she probably realized was...
Because wouldn't that be important if they had like caregivers that maybe weren't family?
Maybe a short lifespan. So they got involved with these little beauty pageants, and
See, he's justifying the beauty pageants.
they had fun with it. They didn't. Patsy didn't. Patsy, she was accused, of course, of living vicariously through JonBenét and dragging JonBenét to the... She was accused of...
How come this is funny? Because this could have had something to do with like a pedo. Oh, thank you, Sister Sully, for the super chat. My Navy veteran cousin said he had to learn knots in Navy boot camp. Woo! Thank you for your super chat. Again, I have to go back to this. Like, where the fuck did this come from? Where did this come from? And this is how they use it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay.
Of course, of living vicariously through JonBenét and dragging JonBenét to these beauty pageants. It was just the other way around. JonBenét loved them. She had fun doing them. It was fun. And we used to say, well, one thing that was important for her was in the America pageant, when she was in it, talent was a big part of the judgment, like 45%. And
oh, but it wasn't a big deal. But now you know that 45% of it was talent. The fuck?
it wasn't just because you're pretty and have good answers to their questions. They wanted talent. And so Patsy made sure these little pageants that JonBenét participated in had a talent component.
Why? Because the goal was for her to be Miss America? But it was no big deal, right? But Patsy made sure that she learned talent because that was 45% of the Miss America, right? Could be as cute as can be.
And so Patsy made sure these little pageants that JonBenét participated in had a talent component. And her talent was singing. And it was always with gusto, but often not on key exactly. But she was good at it. She just was natural. She just had fun with it. And we used to say, boy, she needs to not win one of these pageants so she understands you don't always win in life. But she always won something. And they didn't do a lot of them, but I don't know, maybe half a dozen over a year or two after Patsy was declared in remission from cancer.
There we go. We wrapped it up with a bow, right? We talked about the chemo and Patsy and oh my God. And then downplayed it and now wrapped it up with remission.
But
John, I have a question. I want to show you this slide real fast. Let's talk about your daughter who was
okay. So they're bringing it back to his daughter here.
Taken in the automobile accident.
Yeah.
Walk us through, unpack that situation emotionally for you guys and the family.
Well, Beth was my oldest daughter. She was actually born in the Philippines when I was stationed in the Navy. And she had just graduated from college. And I used to be a worrier. I was worried about something. I never worried about losing a child. It wasn't on my worry list. And she had gone to Chicago to meet her boyfriend's parents. She met this young man she went to Miami, Ohio University, and they met there and were dating. And it was time for her to meet his parents. And they'd gone to Chicago to meet her parents for the weekend, his parents. And they were both killed in a car accident in the middle of the day on their way to a museum in Chicago. And it just devastated me. It just emotionally was overwhelming. I don't think there's any. And
Good night, Donnie.
I've been through a lot of different trials in life, the loss of a child is the worst for a human being. And it took me, I couldn't be alone by myself for several years. And I'd start to cry because I'd think about death and I'd miss.
Okay. He's obviously fucked up from Beth. Okay. He's obviously fucked up from Beth. He's like, I couldn't be alone for several years by myself. I'd start to cry. I don't know what to make of this. So weird.
By myself for several years, and I'd start to cry because I'd think about death and I'd missed her so much. And so it was a real shock. And of course, Patsy loved her and was her stepmother, and they were very close, and it was hard.
And I think kind of a parallel you can make is his closeness to Beth, his reaction to Beth's death compared to his reaction to JonBenét.
And it was particularly, they were very close, and it was hard. And it was particularly hard on
Hey, YTBA.
Beth's siblings, John, Andrew, and Melinda. I mean, they were adults, and they were, it was tough on them.
John, can you take us, John?
So he's able to tell us that when Beth died, it was tough on his other two kids.
Back to the moment you heard that she had been, did she survive the accident? Was it instant? How did you explain that to us?
I got a call from my brother. I was middle of the day on Friday. I was at work, and he said, I've got bad news for you. Beth is gone. She was killed in a car accident. That was it. And I was just shocked. And I was mad at God. And I remember storming around my office saying, there is no God. There is no God. How would a loving God let this?
Look how into this he is. He's really into this. I mean, he's feeling it, right? I feel like you can feel how much it effed him up, right? Welcome, Scott McKenney. Thank you for joining tonight.
This happened to a wonderful child. His Beth was 21 and a half. Tears come later. Tears are a release. They're not a...
Right, but did you hear what he just said? How could a loving God let this happen to a wonderful child as Beth?
Tears come later. Tears are a release. They're not a immediate, at least for me anyway. I was mad. I was just so mad at God. And in shock, I'm sure. And so we made immediate arrangements to get back to Atlanta. And we got back.
I mean, he's really distraught talking about this. It's a lot different than when he talks about JonBenét. It's just a parallel, right?
Back early in the morning that evening, Friday evening. And it's a horrible thing for a human to have to go through to lose a child. And I wasn't prepared for it.
How did you process that out?
Well, it was an accident. They weren't doing anything wrong.
Okay, it was an accident. They weren't doing anything wrong.
It was an accident. It was a good young man, and I met him and liked him, and they both were killed. Beth, I learned later, I got several people contacted me, which is really wonderful. One lady who'd been at the accident scene, and I didn't know her, but she sent me a letter and said, I saw Beth in the car, and she looked very much at peace. And that was helpful to know that. And I got a letter from her doctor. They did try to keep her alive, but they were not able to. And he said he really tried hard. And it just really, that meant a lot. But it's, you don't get over the loss of a child, you move on. And one mother described it to me. She who lost a child. She said, it's like a hole in my heart that won't heal. And that's not a bad description. It's just you're different. You've lost some innocence, obviously, with life, and you realize life can be pretty brutal. And so it took several years for me to be able to not tear up when I thought about Beth. So,
Okay. So we have to put this in perspective, and they're about to. But JonBenét, when was JonBenét born in contrast to when Beth died?
And she was my oldest daughter. We were very close, and she had problems at school. She'd call me. She had a test that she was not confident about. She'd call me, so we were very close, and so it hurts, and it changes you, sobers your outlook, I think, a little bit on life, and
Changes your outlook on life. Now, that's not a lie.
I was fairly bruise-free at that point. I had some bumps in life, but nothing like that. And so it really
It rocked his world.
really hit me hard. And
Dr. Lawrence, sorry, Dean. I was just going to ask Dr. Lawrence to give us a perspective on the effects of losing a child, psychological effects particularly.
I can't even. I have a daughter, and I cannot imagine what John you've been through, but can't even imagine. And I always say sorry for you. It's just a circular pattern. I think John.
I'm just going to skip his advice because he's talking to John about, depression, things like that. So we're going to start here.
It's just a circular pattern. I think, John, you mentioned the hole in your heart, and that hole doesn't go away. And yeah.
At her funeral, one of her little friends came up to me, who was her age.
So notice there's a picture of JonBenét as a newborn and Burke holding her. Okay. And he's bringing up Beth's funeral, but they're showing this picture. I'm not sure why, but.
Mr. Ramsey, if I died, I would not want my parents to be sad. And that was a very helpful comment to me. If Beth wouldn't want me to be sad, that'd be the last thing she'd want from me.
Wait, what? Beth was 22. One of her little friends came up to me. I thought he was talking about JonBenét. He's talking about Beth. What?
Her age. And little friends came up. At her funeral, one of her little friends came up to me, who was her age. And Mr. Ramsey, if I died, I would not want my parents to be sad. And that was a very helpful comment to me. If Beth wouldn't want me to be sad, that'd be the last thing she'd want from me. Yes, I was. And I know she was in heaven. I struggled with that for a while. Is God real? Why would a loving God let a child die? And, C.S. Lewis dealt with that issue. And so I really had to, my faith at that point was,
yeah.
Hold on. What just happened there?
And that hole doesn't go away.
It wasn't that strong, quite frankly. It didn't have much of a foundation. And life's what I learned, and so I really had to. My faith at that point was, it wasn't that strong, quite frankly. It didn't have much of a foundation, and life's what I learned, and obviously, and I learned too that lots of people, probably most everybody carries a burden at some point in life. Some of them are really tough, and life's not easy. It's tough. It can be tough. It's like the weather. Some days are sunny, some days you got tornadoes, and thunderstorms, and that's life.
And
And
then,
Now,
and-
so go on, Greg. Yeah.
wonder out, but that's life is a risk, and it's difficult. It can be difficult. And I know Beth would not want to be bad, so that helped. Wonderful comment for that.
I was just going to ask, how long was it after Beth's passing that Patsy contracted cancer?
Let's see. Beth died in I have learned that you get older, your brain isn't as good as it used to be.
92.
He died in 92, John.
Okay, yeah. And JonBenét was born in 90. And Patsy was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, I think, in 93 and declared remission in 94.
So now here you're faced with your wife, who's contracted potentially a fatal disease, and that must have impacted you significantly.
Yeah, Patsy was devastated too. I remember telling her. I came home immediately after I got the call from my brother and told her it's gone. I wasn't very gentle with it. I guess I just blurted it out, and she fell to the floor. She was just crushed, and she loved Beth too. And so it was hard on all.
And then you had to go ahead.
Yeah, she was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer for Mr. Crowley. Like, she was facing literal death.
That's all right. Yeah. How did it affect your children? Like Burke, this is a picture of Burke holding JonBenét.
Yes. Yep. It sure is.
And tell us about this picture. Who's in this dynamic?
The one on the left is looks like they're decorating Easter eggs.
Correct.
Burke and JonBenét on the right, and then on the lower left, that was an Easter basket. I'm not sure where that was, but it's been in our backyard. And then the one on the right, on the top is Melinda, my middle daughter, and then JonBenét and Burke. And I'm not sure what they're doing there. It looks like they're eating something, maybe ice cream.
No, they're actually eating Easter eggs because they're making Easter eggs. And this is the Easter basket, and this was Easter. Were you home? Were you there, sir?
Yeah. It's hard to see this picture. They're decorating eggs. So you've got the death of Elizabeth. And how did it impact these dynamics between between Burke and JonBenét? What was your observations there and your family?
In their relationship?
Yeah.
Well, it was great. Wonderful mother and a wonderful stepmother. And our kids, they were at our house almost every weekend, and the older kids, and they just were part of the family. It was a very normal family, I think. And they got along great, and they loved it. I remember Beth was just, and I told Beth that Patsy was expecting with Burke, her first child. Beth was thrilled. She was so excited to have another sibling. We didn't know, of course, it was going to be a boy or girl, but I remember Beth was just so excited at that. And they loved each other. They were pals, and it was a very, very good situation.
How are they adjusting to the dynamics of loss of a sister? I mean, they were young, right? And then when mom gets sick here with Patsy, how is that? Is it putting pressure on the family, or do you recall?
Is what putting pressure on the family?
Yeah, all of the different emotional events, the death of your daughter.
We got a coo.
For the doggies and patio chats that we all love so much.
Thank you so much, Wine Girl. I almost called you. Thank you so much for the cooter chats. I promise more patio chats coming soon. Thank you so much for your cooter chat. You too can have yours read. I think it is still pinned. Thank you so much.
And
Yeah.
Kathy's
Well,
house.
And the doggies, thank you as well. How did it affect them?
You know, John Benet and Burke were young, so it's hard to, and we were told by a child psychologist that kids at that age can compartmentalize things. They can have some.
Kids at that age can compartmentalize things. This bothered me. This bothered me because kids can compartmentalize a lot of things. And JonBenét, contrary to what people like to focus on, she was brutally assaulted.
Some horrible, sad happen in their life or bad happen in their life, and they can put it over here in a compartment and then go and play. And that age, they said kids.
They can put it over here in a compartment and then go play. What? I don't know. Can you not see it, baby? Because the poll? Should I? Let me end the poll. Can you see it now? It should be pinned. Someone family knows 40. Okay, so the poll ended up being, and we're not done yet if you guys are going to stick around. Someone the family knows 47%, family 36%, intruder stranger 17%. Thank you for voting. Marcy Brem. What do you mean it changed your name? The link to the cooter chat is right there where the sirens are.
Could do that, but some of they get older than that, they can't compartmentalize difficulties in life like that. And
wait,
they said care in a compartment and then go out and play. That kids, so it's hard to, and we were told by a child psychologist that kids at that age can compartmentalize things. They can have some horrible, sad happen in their life or bad happen in their life, and they can put it over here in a compartment and then go out and play. And that age, they said kids can do that, but some of they get older than that, they can't compartmentalize difficulties in life like that. And yeah, it was a tough time for everybody, and because we just hadn't planned on that. So, and it
mind you, they just put up the last known picture in the public of JonBenét before she was killed. Thank you, Sparky, for 3 months. And he starts tripping over his words.
because we just hadn't planned on that. So, and you don't want your children to suffer, and that no doubt caused them to suffer, and you don't want that for a child at all. And but we tried to, as best we could, help them through that process. And I know when I went back to Atlanta after Beth died, I decided I was going to do something to distract the kid. And we bought a old Land Cruiser, FJ40 Land Cruiser.
Wait, what? He said, how did your kids deal with the death of Beth? He's talking about a what? A Land Cruiser. Hold on. We bought an old Land Cruiser. Okay.
Times, and back then you could buy them really cheap. So I thought it'd be fun for kids, and so we went to the dealership, and Bert, John M. at the time was probably, I don't know, 15, 14. He did not have a driver's license, and so the dealer said, "Yeah."
What is happening right now?
Victory hand emoji, heart exclamation emoji, thumbs up emoji.
Tiffany B, thank you so much for your cooter chat. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Back at you, babe. He took John to the dealership. Paul Sorensen, he has the emotional depth of a goiter. Harris says he's all over the place. It's wild, right? It was that picture. It was those pictures that shook him, I think.
Anybody want to take this for a spin? And John said, yeah, I'll take a crack at it. I said, yeah, nice try, but that's not going to happen. But so we tried to distract John and Melinda as much as we could. But
what the hell is he talking about?
other things, but and Melinda and Beth are very.
You can't use the old excuse, Two Old Crows. Nope, not here, nope, because we just watched him tell all about the business, how it started, when the merger came, what happened with the merger, how much they made, how they did this, how they did that, positions he held. He knew it all, and he went on and on and on and on and on. So oldness cannot be an excuse.
Very, very close. Melinda was born a couple years after Beth, and they grew up together. They were very, very close.
So the public understands the sequence here. You got a new relationship, you got a new baby.
I'm
tell
just
us
razzing
about
you, Two Old Crows.
Patsy's
You're good.
Adornment of JonBenét. The photo on the left is right when she's obviously pretty young, and the photo on the right is pretty significant as well.
How cute of a baby she was.
Yeah, the one on the right probably might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her.
The one on the right might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her. Huh? You lost her? She's like, oh, I couldn't stop crying about Beth. Oh my God, it took me years. I think that picture was the day when we lost her. You didn't lose her. What do you mean? What are you talking about? She was killed, sir. Wow. Beth was killed in an accident too. And he said, killed, didn't he? He said, Beth was killed. It was an accident. She didn't do anything wrong. But that picture right there, yeah, I think that might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her. Oh my goodness. Wow.
It's pretty significant as well.
Yeah, the one on the right probably might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her.
CM said the other day on a Nancy stream he doesn't believe in coincidences in LE. If that's true, I want to know his thoughts on the $118K ransom. Hexy, me too. Thank you for your super chat. We're gonna watch this and we're gonna look at him while he answers this because he goes, I think that was taken. I'm pretty sure that's his body language, but we're gonna zoom in. I want to see him say it, right? We want to see it. Here we go.
Obviously pretty young, and the photo on the right is pretty significant as well.
Yeah, the one on the right probably might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her. But Patsy was a wonderful mother, period. And you know, she was so ill.
Wait. Patsy was what? We just are talking about the last known picture of JonBenét on the day she was murdered. Patsy was a wonderful mother, you know. The fuck? Hey, Higgins. It's a weird statement, huh? She was a wonderful mother, period. No one said she wasn't. I mean, the media has questioned her.
Yeah, one on the right
short cake.
probably might have been taken that Christmas Day that we lost her. But Patsy was a wonderful mother, period. And you know, she was so vilified. In the media, and that was so unfair because she was a wonderful mother and just lived for her children, particularly after going through this horrible chemotherapy treatment that was very aggressive. That was the final part. They just blasted her every month, and she'd come home back to Boulder and have to go to the hospital, and they bring her back to life almost. She did that for a year, and
oh my God, They blasted her every month. God, they blasted her every month, and she'd come home back to Boulder and have to go to the hospital, and they'd bring her back to life almost. Holy cow, that sounds horrible.
Treatment that was very aggressive. That was the real part. They just blasted her every month, and she'd come home back to Boulder and have to go to the hospital, and they bring her back to life almost. She did that for a year, and so she was just so grateful to be alive. And she fought that cancer bravely and determined to stay around to be a mother for her kids. So that was her frame of mind. So the police theory that this mother could have murdered her child because she wet her bed was so absurd. Unbelievable. Mother could have murdered her child because she wet her bed was so absurd. Unbelievable.
Walk us through that.
Pardon?
Walk us through that.
He's like, pardon? You want me to what?
And that walk us through her relationship. I know, people just focus on, the beauty pageants and all the other stuff, but what were the other dynamics between Patsy and, because if I look at both of these pictures, her countenance hasn't changed from the moment JonBenét was born to the last photo ever taken.
Very, very good point. So this hits me different tonight, watching it a second time. If you look at both of these photos of JonBenét and Patsy, it's literally the same. Like, she didn't grow disdain for her daughter. Her demeanor with her daughter is the same. Now, if we take into consideration, like, JonBenét being 2 when Beth died, could that have fucked him up about having another child? Like, maybe like getting close to another daughter? I mean, he already said the 2 daughters grew up basically together. So if they grew up together, it would make sense that, they're cool. But he's got this little one now. And I'm not sure I can mentally, maybe he's not thinking it like purposely, but detaching because of all the pain. And then is faced with this mother who adores this little girl and has done everything, could just die. Right? And then what? You're going to have to find someone else to take care of the kids. I mean, he literally had a lot going on. So it could be a reason why he is disconnected, right? Not necessarily that he did something, but disconnected. And Angel, thank you for being here. And I'm glad you stayed up late for us. I hope you have a great day at work and you're not too tired. I think Patsy would have done anything for her children, anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But see, that behavior, Leo, doesn't necessarily then make him guilty. It could just make him detached. Okay.
Yeah. No, she was just so grateful to have children and to be alive to take care of them when that looked like it might be in doubt. So Patsy was grateful for every day. She really was, and so focused on her children and me too. She was a wonderful wife, but she was. I never ever heard her say anything negative about anybody, even the police officer that accused her of being a murderer on national television. After the cameras got off, that was on Larry King. He said, "Yeah, I think you're good for it." I said, "Yeah, you got to take a leap, but I think you're good for it." And Patsy, after the show was over, said to Steve Thomas, "Boy, this is hard on you. You're a young man, and this is not easy for you either to deal with. It's got to be hard on you." She wasn't bitter that he accused her of murder. She just had that personality. She never ever said anything about anybody except one person, and that was Geraldo Rivera. After he had a mock trial of us on television, and she didn't like Geraldo very much. That really hurt her emotionally, because he put me, Patsy, Burke on trial in a mock And that really upset Patsy. In fact, we took television out of our house at that time because now we're not going to pay for cable TV to bring in all the.
So isn't this weird that he's saying how horrible the media was to them, but he continues talking to the media for 30 years? How weird is that?
We were in our home, so that was the end of TV for us. But that's the only person I've ever heard say anything negative about.
Greg, Dean, thoughts?
Yeah, Doc, I wonder from a psychological perspective, the effects of losing one daughter, and within just a few years, your wife is faced with a potentially fatal disease. There's got to be a level of some paranoia and anger and frustration and constant questioning about the purpose of life.
Mm-hmm.
What's your experience, at least from an academic, even an academic perspective, of trying to understand that? And then, of course, eventually this leads up to the death of JonBenét and being hit with yet another worst case scenario in your life. These types of events we call significant stressors in life. Most people experience such things over a period of time, many, many years, making it somewhat more mitigated anyway in terms of the effects. But when people experience this level of trauma, psychologically.
Okay, so basically what he's saying is all of these things like piled up on one another in a short amount of time versus, 60 years of losses. So we're going to kind of skip forward. Okay, so here we go.
And that's why there's no stamp on it. There's no stamp here, and this is how it's going to be, and this is how it's going to be forever. This is how it's going to be 20 years from now. This is how it's going to be 35 years from now. This is how it's going to be
So they basically asked him, like, what does this grief process look like? He's saying it's individual. That's basically what I think.
Well, that's individualized to each individual. It could be a smell. It could be a taste. It could be a thought. It could be a moment in time.
It can be a picture.
Again, it's highly individualized. These triggers.
So that leads us into this slide. Before this slide, John Burks was how old when JonBenét was killed, if you recall?
Burke was 9 years old.
9 years old. How has that impacted him to this day?
Well, it's, obviously he lost his sister. They were very close and pals almost. JonBenét would be a typical little sister once in a while and, knock over his Lego set or whatever, but Burke just didn't matter. And they were close. And, initially, I think when we lost JonBenét, and same for Beth, you're so focused internally on your loss, what you've lost, and your heartbreak and your sorrow and pain, and you forget you have other children that need you now just as much, if not more, than before, because they're hurting too. And that's really, when we lost JonBenét, that's really what got Patsy and I up off the floor, was to realize, hey, we still have 3 children that we love dearly, and they need us to be strong now as parents more than ever. And that's really that got us going again. And when we start, either one of us would start to crash and burn, we say, okay, whoa, slow down. Let's not have a pity party here. Let's keep moving. And we were lucky because it seemed like when one of us was down, the other was not down, and vice versa. We were able to keep each other going. And there's one time when we were having a lunch in a little restaurant, and Burke was with some buddies. They'd gone to a baseball game or something, and we all went to lunch, and Patsy and I were sitting by ourselves because they didn't want us sitting with them, the boys, and we were both down, and who knew it? And we saw this little old lady, coming towards us on a walker, pushing a walker, and she had determination in her eyes, and we thought, oh boy, what's coming here? And she came up to us and said, I know who you are, you hang in there. And man, that was like a gift from heaven. Yeah, thanks. That was angels touching us there, and got us out of the dumps emotionally right then. It's pretty amazing, really.
An old lady walking up to you saying, I know who you are, hang in there, got you out of the dumps. She was angels? The fuck?
Because we were both down. And then,
dude, Geraldo was a prick to everybody. He was a prick to everyone. That's just who he was.
Fortunately, it didn't happen that much, but we were both in the dumps, but we were that day. But she took care of it.
So he's 39 now.
Yeah.
How does he adjust?
Well, it's impacting. Again, this child psychologist said that when he was 9 years old, he can compartmentalize this stuff and put it over there and not think about it. Now, he gets to be 35, 40. He said he won't be able to compartmentalize it, and we're seeing that in that the CBS thing really did some damage emotionally to Berg, to accuse him of murder after he'd been cleared long ago by the police way back. Even when that CBS program came out accusing Berg of murder, even the authorities in Boulder called us and said, if you need any help fighting this, let us know.
Isn't this the guy that has said that Boulder never spoke to him? And that they were useless and blah, 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 blah. But they called him and said, if you need help clearing Burke, we'll help. Damn, my computer. Hold on. So that guy that Patsy was talking, or that he was talking about with Patsy. Let's see, how much of this do we have left? All right. Let's watch some of this for a minute. We're going to do a little switch over just for a second. This is the Larry King episode with Steve Thomas. Steve Thomas wrote a book, and he was just talking about this guy and how Patsy afterwards told this guy, oh, yeah, this has got to be tough on you. Let's watch a little bit of this. Back to 2000. Wow, this looks so old.
Together tonight, they are Steve Thomas, the former Boulder police detective, author of JonBenét, Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation, and John and Patsy Ramsey, the parents of the late JonBenét Ramsey. Their daughter, as we said, killed Christmas night 1996, and they're the authors of The Death of Innocence. Both of these books have been on the bestseller list, and this case has taken over this country and other parts of
this thing is hot, the whole thing.
Why?
We didn't necessarily not want the FBI to do it. We wanted someone who was fair and independent.
Do you think the FBI would have been partial, Patsy? I mean, do you think the FBI cares?
I'm not saying that. I'm not accusing that at all. Just that was, not the definition of independent.
Do you think they come with a degree of opinion?
I don't know, but we eliminated that possibility by insisting they be independent. We went to the best polygrapher in the country, had the...
Okay, so this is about the polygraphs. Okay, that's the first question. Okay, here we go.
They have been guests before on this program, never together, in other parts of the world as well, since its inception. Since last with us, the Ramseys took a lie detector test, not under FBI order, and your lawyer said that you didn't want the FBI to do it. Why?
We didn't necessarily not want the FBI to do it. We wanted someone who was fair and independent.
Do you think the FBI would have been partial, Patsy? I mean, do you think the FBI cares?
I'm not saying that. I'm not accusing that at all. Just that was, not the definition of independent.
Do you think they come with a degree of opinion?
I don't know, but we eliminated that possibility by insisting they be independent. We went to the best polygrapher in the country, had the results quality controlled by the person who invented the polygraph system.
And he was going to release those results no matter what, right?
Absolutely.
That was a given understanding, that it would be made public no matter what he found.
The condition we agreed to.
Steve, did that appeal to you?
Well, it certainly didn't satisfy the Boulder Police Department. They are putting little stock in this polygraph, and quite frankly, it took Patsy, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I am, 3 tries to pass a polygraph. We had an inconclusive test, a second test that showed distortion, and finally, a third test with another examiner. She passed truthfully.
Was that examiner respected?
Certainly nobody's testing or challenging the credentials of the examiner, but again, it's not the government authorities who want to conduct that polygraph.
Let's go back a bit. You have not been together since when? When was the last time?
April 30, 1997.
When you were still on the case?
Right.
Did you question them at that time? You both remember that?
Absolutely.
So this is the guy that questioned them.
Okay. And you were taken off the case?
I resigned from the Boulder Police Department in the summer of 1998.
Because of this case?
Absolutely.
And you resigned because?
Because I felt that Patsy is involved in this death, in this tragedy, and I felt it had become such a debacle and was going nowhere. Out of frustration, I left the case in police work.
John, why did you agree to come on with Steve tonight? I mean, this is rather historic. I'm trying to remember if there's ever been television like this.
As a police officer, has caused irreparable harm to my family,
He has called my wife a murderer. He has called me complicity to murder. He has called me a liar. He has slandered my relationship with my daughter, Patsy's relationship with JonBenét. He did that in a public forum, which is reprehensible, and it needed to be addressed in a public forum.
Because most people say you could have sued, you could have done
And
this,
I
and
think
you
you
might
can
still
count
sue.
that that's coming down the road.
You are going to sue.
Yes,
but
you
you
can count it.
decided, Patsy, did you wholeheartedly agree to come, or did any of you dispute coming here tonight?
No, not a bit.
You felt you wanted to confront this.
Absolutely, it's time.
Is it difficult for you to sit in Steve's presence?
It's not pleasant. This man has harmed us deeply. He's failed in his responsibilities as a police officer. He's failed us. He's failed JonBenét. He's failed the community of Boulder. It's not pleasant, no.
Steve,
Well,
how do you
let's
respond?
talk about failure. Let's talk about parents who I feel have failed their daughter, who, after this became a homicide, of course they cooperated when it was a kidnapping, but after it became a homicide, Patsy, you waited 4 months before you came in and talked to the Boulder Police Department and answered questions.
Yikes. That's not good. 4 months before they could get her in the police department to answer questions. I would have been down there saying, fucking find who did this. I probably wouldn't have left there. And Larry King's like, has there ever been TV like this before?
But after it became a homicide, Patsy, you waited 4 months before you came in and talked to the Boulder Police Department and answered questions.
No, Steve, I did not.
Well, tell me when. I was there every day. Tell me how many hours.
Were you in our home that day?
How many hours?
Were you in our home the day
Let's
John
read
May was
some,
missing?
How many
press
hours?
release,
Let them talk over each other. You say they didn't appear. You say you did appear with the Boulder Police?
Yes, I
And,
did.
and how would he not know
At
about
the
it?
Boulder Police Department. I don't
wasn't there
remember
that
you
day.
there.
Oh, you weren't there. You weren't there the day they came.
What day did you
You were
come to the
not
Boulder
there.
Police Department?
Let's deal with facts. December 27th, 1997, Commander Eller released a press release. The family has been cooperative and our investigation is continuing. December 29th, 1996, the family continues.
You meant 96,
I meant
right?
96, sorry. The family continues to cooperate with the police investigation, although the police have not yet conducted interviews with the father and mother. They have been in no condition to be interviewed up to this point. We spent days with the police. We gave them everything they asked for.
What days was that, John?
Well, let's talk about it. It was the 26th. It was the
Before-
27th.
before
it
there
was
was
the
a
28th.
homicide.
We gave
He's saying
blood
And let me
samples.
respond, Larry. When he says they came in on the 28th, they came in to give what's called non-testimonial evidence. They knew through their lawyers, I'm sure, that. And let me finish, John. May I finish,
Yes, you
please?
may. Go ahead.
They had no alternative. They had to come in on the 28th. On the 27th, 2 detectives went to their house to schedule an interview. They didn't speak with Patsy. They asked when they could arrange to come in. Let's cut to the chase here. You waited until April 30th
Let's
of
really
1997,
cut to the
Mr.
chase,
Ramsey.
Steve
Let-
Thomas.
Whoa. He says on December 28th, they came in to give what's called non-testimonial evidence. They knew through their lawyers, I'm sure. And let me finish, John. Oh, wait, let me finish. They had no alternative. They had to come in on the 28th. On the 27th, 2 detectives went to their house to schedule an interview. They didn't speak with Patsy. They asked when they could arrange a time to come in. Wow.
They had to come in on the 28th. On the 27th, 2 detectives went to their house to schedule an interview. They didn't speak with Patsy. They asked when they could arrange to come in. Let's cut to the chase here. You waited until April 30th
Let's
of
really
1997.
cut to the
Mr.
chase,
Ramsey.
Steve
Let
Thomas.
me cut to the
Let's
chase.
cut to the chase. What is your theory? Tell us your theory directly
Well,
to our
I think it's
face.
fair to say this. You certainly approached this impartially, one would assume. You didn't know the Ramseys, right? You didn't know JonBenét, you didn't know anyone connected to this. When did you come to the conclusion you came to, and that conclusion is what?
Well, despite what the Ramseys assert, that it was the 26th, they now know I came into the case, was called into the case 2 days later. It was probably spring of 97 or later when evidence continued to come back, indicating Patsy's involvement in the authorship of the ransom note 1. But let's cut to the chase, John. Let's make a very important distinction here. A dead child, your child, was found in your basement for which you could not offer a satisfactory explanation. And if I could finish, please.
Let him finish his theory.
You could not
I'd
offer.
like to hear the theory.
Yeah, you could not offer a satisfactory explanation. You resisted coming to the police department and asking questions, or being subjected to questions by the detectives working this case. I didn't have a dead child found in my
Does that
basement and
make
resisted the
me a
police.
murderer?
No, not at all. Do we want to get into evidence?
I want you to get into
let's
theory.
talk.
Let me
Let's
hear-
talk evidence.
Damn. He's like, you want to get into evidence? Let's talk evidence. Holy.
Let's
Let me get a break, and since we don't have anybody arrested in this, we don't have a trial, we're sort of taking you into evidence here. I feel like it's law and order. Your evidence will be presented to the Ramseys. They can respond, and we'll do it right after this. We're back, Steve. Theory.
Well, theory, I hope we get a chance to talk about their convoluted sex crime, pedophile, kidnapper, turned murderer theory, but I think it's very simple.
And we'll get their theory. I want your theory. What's your theory?
My theory is quite simple. Whoever authored the ransom note killed the child, absent some great conspiracy that they think this intruder came into the house.
Would you agree that whoever authored the ransom note probably killed the child?
I would agree.
I would agree with that.
Okay, now, your contention is she wrote the note.
I do.
What do you base that on?
I do. I base that on questioned document examiners. By the time I left the Boulder Police Department, June of 1998, Patsy, out of 73 suspects whose handwriting had been looked at, you were the only one who showed evidence to suggest authorship.
And why then didn't they go right in and arrest? Why didn't they? Once you
probable cause, these people know better than anybody. Probable cause was not the issue in this case. Patsy, you could have been arrested in this case.
I wish I had been, and then we would have had a free and fair trial, and you would have met your Waterloo, Mr. Thomas.
Are you saying that you would have let her answer the question, John? Why would you let your wife answer the question?
Because you have assaulted her. You've called her a murderer. You have checked 73 suspects and said because Patsy's handwriting was the only one that couldn't be eliminated, therefore she is a murderer. That is absurd. You would have to check 6 billion people.
Changed my handwriting.
Why would question document experts and people who looked at the ransom note suggest that you changed handwriting habits after the homicide?
We have not heard that. That is not what our experts have said.
Can Patsy answer the question, Mr. Ramsey?
If you're going to continue to assault her, I will continue to answer the questions.
She came on the show tonight. I'm assuming she's capable of answering questions.
She's very capable of answering your questions.
I still haven't heard the theory yet. I totally agree that whoever wrote this ransom note killed our daughter. Yes, I concur wholeheartedly.
Now, if he believes you wrote the note.
Now let's hear what I want to hear is how is it exactly that you
I know she seems really blitzed up, man.
think that I killed my daughter?
What's the
I
motive?
just cannot understand that. I want to hear it from start to finish.
Patsy,
Tell me
I wasn't
exactly
there.
what
You were
happened.
at home that night, and apparently you say you
Tell me what
you
happened,
can't say for
Mr.
certainty you were in the house, right?
Yes,
Am I
certainly was.
assuming that?
Answer my question, please.
Well, he wasn't there, so he can't know for
He has a
certain.
theory.
He has to have a
He's
theory.
accused
All
us
right.
of murder.
Yeah, and
What
you've
is your
heard the theory.
I have not heard the theory.
Offered a hypothesis.
Please answer my question.
I'm trying to.
Wait a minute,
John.
right. The theory is
My theory is that Patsy, in a violent confrontation with her daughter,
accidentally killed her.
no, not accidental. I hypothesize in the sense that it lacked motive, not unlike
No motive.
accidental in that sense. Excuse me, John. Did you have something else?
I don't understand his theory, though.
At that point, instead of making a right turn, she made a left turn and covered this up. It's not unlike 11,000 other children that have been murdered in this country or killed feloniously by parents in the last 20 years. I don't see this as that remarkable a case other than what it became.
If it's this, Pat, as you say, and it's the way you.
Hold on. How do you explain? Oh, Melissa, thank you for 25 months. Thank you, Jay, for covering this. I always love your insight on these tough cases. Thank you, Melissa. That's awesome. 25 months. Why are they ignoring the garrote, the choking? Do you think that was, hey, Monica, do you guys think that was staged after an accidental death? Because there is the theory that JonBenét wet the bed and Patsy was pissed off and hurt her, and then the garrote was put there to make it look like, but why would you think of a garrote? Like, something happens, you accidentally kill your kid. Why wouldn't you just say it was an accident? What were they hiding that they couldn't just call 911 and say, oh my God? Maybe, but the male DNA. You don't think the wet the bed theory is plausible, says Floppy Fins. Oh God, I forgot about that, Higgins. She could have been mad about her wetting the bed and not done anything to her. I mean, right? 3 little birds, like, both can be true. Okay, let's keep going.
Make it its kind of Pat. Why has no action been taken against this
Because
couple?
his theory is contradicted irrefutably by the forensic evidence.
Is that right, John? Now, why don't you tell us
Fine, now,
this
what is
convoluted sex crime
Would you allow
pedophile
me
kidnapper?
to answer the question, please, Steve?
What's the opposite?
John, we have had some of the world's best forensics experts look at the evidence. They have told us that JonBenét was strangled to death. The last act that this creature did to our daughter was a vicious blow to the head. That
Okay, so it was never really determined if the blow to the head or the choking came first. I think there's been numerous experts that have gone over it. And they've had different theories, right? There was one expert who matched what he thought was the mag flashlight to the injury on JonBenét's head. I mean, her head was cracked from one side to the other. One side to the other. They were unable to determine.
That JonBenet was strangled to death. The last act that this creature did to our daughter was a vicious blow to the head. That is irrefutable.
That's not consistent with the...
It's not consistent with your theory, and that's my point.
Right, but you're suggesting, if I am hearing you correctly, and let me ask you, why will you not take the FBI polygraph?
Don't change the subject.
I'll get back to it. Deal with the topic at hand. We're dealing with big issues.
Let's hear your theory. Let's hear your theory.
You have
Let's hear
accused
your
us
theory,
of
Mr.
murder.
Ramsey. I'm waiting. Let's hear
I'm
your theory.
waiting for you to finish.
Right.
Tell me exactly, step by step, how you envision
I wasn't there,
that
Patsy. You were in the home
You
that
must
night.
have conjured something in your head for you to come out and call me a murderer of my child.
Patsy, I think
now,
you
I
wrote
want to
the-
hear
I think you
1
wrote the
through
ransom.
10.
I think you heard.
When did I
wrote the
write
ransom
this
note.
ransom
You-
note? Before
you
or
tell
after
me
I
if you
killed
wrote the ransom
No,
note.
you're the one theorizing here. You tell me.
You were in the house that night.
So you
And,
have
and
a
John,
very-
you can't say for
Well,
certain.
actually, it's circumstantial.
Yeah,
Naturally.
and John, you can't say for certain who did or did not kill JonBenet because you have said you were asleep. You cannot say for certain because you weren't there.
I want to hear your theory, Steve. Let me ask you this. Are you prepared to state that Patsy killed JonBenet, that I covered it up, and that you can prove that in a court of law? Are you prepared to say that
I've written a
tonight?
book, and I stand by my book.
Your book said that.
My book stands on its own. I haven't heard this pedophile, kidnapper, murderer theory.
So you
I mean,
can
their
consider
theory.
all options.
So you will say that in a court of law
Certainly,
when
we
you're
considered
taken to
options
suit.
in this case.
What do you, when you're a detective, this fascinates me. Do you guess as to motive when you're looking into a crime? Like, why was this child killed, for what purpose?
Certainly.
Okay. And in this case, you came to the conclusion that it was sort of in a rage?
Yeah, I don't think that there was any
Wasn't
premeditation
premeditated.
to this child being killed. You're still not answering my
What
question,
in our
Mr. Ramsey.
background did you find, and our background has been investigated for 3.5 years, what in our background did you find that would show that we were capable of this horrible crime?
You play right into it. I don't show that there's a motive in this case. I don't suggest that.
You didn't answer my question. What did you find in our background that would demonstrate that we were capable of this kind
Well,
of
I
horrible crime?
gave you a pass, John, unless you want to say otherwise. I don't think you were involved.
I'm asking
We. He
about,
said we.
you accused Patsy of murder, me of complicity.
What in my past
What in
have you
Patsy's past
seen
did
that
you
has
find?
ever indicated that I would be capable of doing something like this?
Well-
These 11,000 parents that you state.
I'll
did
ask you
they
a
have
question right
past?
back. You
I don't want a question right back. I want a question,
okay,
please,
certainly.
Steve.
You suggest this great conspiracy
Answer
involving.
Let me
I'm trying to
get a
answer the
break.
question.
Let me get a break, and then we'll have to have more direct questions
He
and
never
answers.
answers the question.
All right, we'll be right back with Steve Thomas and the Ramseys. Don't go away.
Oh, no, this is interesting, huh?
Is the key to this what you're saying? The note? That's the whole key.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I've heard Patsy Ramsey say on national television that even their own experts cannot eliminate her as the author of the note. And a follow-up question to that is she says there's people who rate higher on that scale who are potential suspects. And I'd ask you, who? Who are these
None of
people?
your business, Steve, because
Of
you're no
course
longer a
of
police
course it's
detective.
not.
Let me ask you
I'm a
to answer
citizen,
the
and I'm
question.
asking why you're not
Let
going
me-
to the national television that even their own experts cannot eliminate her as the author of the note. And a follow-up question to that is she says there's people who rate higher on that scale who are potential suspects. And I'd ask you, who? Who are these
None of
people?
your business, Steve, because
Of
you're no
course
longer a
of
police
course it's
detective.
not.
Let me ask you
I'm a
to answer
citizen,
the
and I'm
question.
asking why you're not
Let
going to
me-
the Boulder
please
Police Department.
answer-
Your contention is it is based on your belief she wrote the note.
Primarily.
So 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Primarily, yes, sir.
Answer my question. What in Patsy's background did you find that would cause you to believe that she could commit this horrible act?
Well, I'll pose this. And
Answer
absent
the
Okay, no,
question,
all right, well,
please.
let him try. Go ahead.
I can't get 3 words out.
Okay.
Answer the question. Don't
Let
answer
me
the question.
pose this. Why then?
I think Steve's trying not to get sued, right? He's like telling him to say certain things.
And absent this great conspiracy that you suggest,
Please.
would these pediatric experts come in?
Please answer the question, Steve.
Well, wait a minute. All right, let's. Okay.
Fair is fair.
Can I ask a
You-
question? and
I know,
an
but
answer?
someone could not have a background and still do something violent one day.
Very, very unlikely.
You mean if this
According-
person commits violence, they have committed it before? Is that
In a
according to your theory?
parental
Most probably.
abuse situation, in virtually all of the cases, there
There
is a
has been.
history of abuse that's known by the parents, by the authorities, by the social services agencies.
Was a thorough investigation done of the Ramseys and their children?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
why would pediatric medical experts that the Boulder Police Department brought into this case swear out via affidavit that JonBenet had been subjected to prior
That's a
vaginal
lie.
trauma?
You're lying, Steve.
Wait a minute.
That is
Are-
a lie.
are you-
Ooh, and it is true. It is true. Pediatric medical expert. Yes, yes, she did. She did.
by the authorities, by the social services agencies.
Was a thorough investigation done of the Ramseys and their children?
Yeah, absolutely. And why would pediatric medical experts that the Boulder Police Department brought into this case swear out via affidavit that JonBenét had been subjected to prior vaginal trauma?
You're lying, Steve.
Wait a minute.
That is a lie.
You're saying they didn't say that?
Our pediatrician, who saw JonBenét a dozen times each year for the past 3 years before this happened, has sworn and testified in public that he saw no evidence
And what was the evidence your pediatrician saw?
Well, not my pediatrician.
Well,
pediatric experts that were brought into this case.
Who are they,
The
please,
Blue
Steve?
Ribbon Medical Panel.
Can I ask you who they are?
Said that this little girl, prior to the night she died, had been subjected to previous vaginal trauma.
Could I ask who they are? Because this is in the same category as his so-called linguistics expert, who he brought in and testified
But
that Patsy.
we could ask you, what's his motive? What do you think? Why?
I think his
you think
motive,
he's out to get you?
I think at this point he's a profiteer. He's the only person from inside the system who has written a book, who has gone on national television. It's disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful.
He did quit his job over this, so obviously
It's because he was headed down the wrong path. He was at the point of no return. And
I
his
don't
ego
think
is
so.
the
I don't
size of a
think so.
barn, and he can't put it aside
I don't
to
think
try
so,
to find
Patsy.
murder of his child.
Everybody's wrong but Lou Smith.
That's right. That's what it says in your book.
Everybody's wrong but Lou Smith. The FBI, federal law enforcement, the FBI polygraphy unit, state law enforcement, the governor of Colorado, the police detectives, the
Did they
DA's
show?
office.
Did all of those people show all of their evidence to the grand jurors?
Let's remember, the
Why
grand jury did
didn't
not
they
exonerate
come?
you either.
It's not the grand jury's task to exonerate. Their task is to
I think
indict.
the grand jury may have issued a report. You were the targets of this grand jury.
No question.
You know it.
I know
A
that.
probable cause wasn't an issue. And Patsy tonight, I think I've heard her say she wished she was arrested in this case.
Well, because they feel it would be an end. Had
We've
you had
been
a
tried
trial.
in public by innuendo
For
and
3
slander
years,
from
3
people
years.
like you. Yes, God knows
Yeah,
we would love to have had a fair trial.
I
in
don't
court of law.
apologize for the book. I left a career, Larry, as you said. I wrote the book for the same reason that you did, to put information out
You
publicly.
wrote that book
and-
to line your pockets with money
No,
based on our
that's not
tragedy.
true. As a matter of fact, I think you wrote a book as well and took money for that.
It's going to charity. Tell me what to do
and I
with the
think
money
you've
you're
also
writing
said.
this
I
book.
think you've
Oh, it's going to charity. Did he donate? Did he? Yes, her body had history of SA. It was in the autopsy, like whoever did the autopsy saw the scarring. But her doctor, I don't think ever examined her there. But she did have multiple I believe she had a lot of ear problems. She had throat problems. She had bad breath problems a lot. Can't remember what else. There was I read the medical records. I don't know if she had UTIs. I can't remember. She had bedwetting issues. Yeah. Exactly why I wonder. We don't know who they hung out with in Boulder.
You wrote that book to line your pockets with money based on our
That's not
tragedy.
true. As a matter of fact, I think you wrote a book as well and took money for that.
It's going to charity. Tell me what to do
and I
with the
think
money
you've
you're
also
writing for this
said.
book.
I think you've also said it's going to a legal defense fund.
On the other side, you said that one of the reasons this case is unsolved is him.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he failed miserably in the task he was given. He was inexperienced. He didn't accept help from people.
You
who
think
knew
he
what
had the
he jumped
opportunity to solve it at that point?
I think experienced homicide investigators could have solved this case by now.
It's not all Steve Thomas's fault. It is not all this young man's fault. He did not have good leadership in his department to lead him down a path of experience. You can't fault the man for that, truly.
Can you understand, Patsy,
I can
why
understand
you were
that.
suspects?
I
you
can
understand that?
understand
Your
because
house.
there was no one leading this man with any leadership capability to investigate the homicide of a young child. I understand that. I know the first time that I interviewed with then Detective Thomas, I saw the passion in the man's eyes. He wants to find the killer of this child. It's just that he's going down the wrong path. Now,
Your
what
husband is angrier
I
than you.
do, well, I feel sorry for the man, truly. We know we're not guilty. He is convinced that we are. Now, I am sorry for
Somebody's
that.
wrong.
He has his career
We know who
has
it is.
suffered. He's a young man. He was at very young in his career. He has lost his job. He doesn't even have a family yet. I don't believe. Perhaps you're married. God willing, if you ever have a child one day, you will know the pain. Perhaps when someone hands you the child in your arms and says, "Mr. Thomas, this is your child," do you tell me that you're going to look at that child and you just had a new baby, Larry? Could you ever conceive
Well, I can't
of
imagine how anyone
doing
could harm a child, so
something
it's
to
beyond
this child, let alone
I'm
the
sure it's
things
beyond
that
Larry King had a new baby in 2000. The fuck?
this man is
I mean, beyond that, anyone could harm a child.
Of course.
That's
It happens
I
every
want
day,
to see the
unfortunately.
day
Let me get a break and come back.
that he has a child.
We'll be back with more. We'll also include your phone calls. Don't go away. At the Ramseys, your theory of the crime is, just so we have it right, committed by a male intruder, a psychopath and a pedophile, killers either an ex-con or knows criminals, entered the home while you were out to dinner, and original intent was to kidnap, and then killed after that. Have I got that right?
Generally right. Most importantly, though, is the sequence of events, which are supported by forensics experts. JonBenét was strangled with a professionally made garrote. The last act this creature did to my beautiful child is strike her in the head with a vicious blow. She was either dead or near dead when that blow was administered.
Now, I know detectives like to put together things, so Steve...
I've always heard they could not determine that, and he is very precise. He says, she was strangled with a professionally made garrote. The last act this creature did to my beautiful child is strike her in the head with a vicious blow. She was either dead or near dead. She did say, I hope that you will understand the pain. Yes, she did. She did.
Creature did to my beautiful child is strike her in the head with a vicious blow. She was either dead or near dead when that blow was administered.
Now, I know detectives like to put together things, so Steve, help me. Put together what you think happened that night.
Well, I certainly don't think this, and I still haven't heard this convoluted sex crime kidnap gone right there. Is that it? Is it that simple?
That simple.
That this person came in the house, had to find Patsy's pad, had to find a pen. Yeah, I'm responding to your last statement.
We'll get into each one. Give me yours, and then we'll examine each one of the things.
Well, as I've said, I think it takes a very simple explanation that's consistent with the evidence. Who wrote the ransom note? Patsy, who can't be
what do you think
eliminated?
happened before that? What do you think happened? Or as you're putting together a crime, let's say that police try to put together a scenario in the O.J. Simpson case, and this scenario was he came upon this scene, he reacted out of rage, he ran. They had a scenario.
Well, certainly in a domestic homicide, some evidence that might otherwise be incriminating that could be explained away. I think there's some lacking pieces of the puzzle here that that prevented beyond a reasonable doubt in the minds of prosecutors from taking this case forward. But I think there was a toileting issue that night that has been dismissed and underplayed.
Explain.
A bedwetting or a toileting issue.
That caused Patsy to get mad at her daughter.
Absolutely.
And say slap her or hit her or...
I don't know. I'm suggesting that there was an explosive encounter because Patsy at one point put the child in clothes, a red turtleneck, for example, not the same clothing she was found in deceased. The following day, I think something happened in that bathroom.
What would lead then to garroting and hitting on the head? What would lead to that?
I don't know. What can you imagine would lead to garroting or hitting on the head?
What can you imagine? I can't imagine. I want you to look at me and tell me what you think happened.
Patsy, I'll look you right in the eye. I think you're good for this. I think that's what the evidence suggests.
Steve Thomas, you are so...
So in other words, she killed her daughter in a rage over the bedwetting and then garroted her.
Yeah, this is interesting, hearing this theory, because again, it's not consistent with forensic experts that worked with the police department, law enforcement in this case, right?
I disagree. Totally disagree. JonBenét, in fact, the autopsy report says this. JonBenét died of strangulation.
Where am I supposed to have learned how to make this garrote?
John calls it a very skilled instrument of some sort. You admit now, do you not, that it was your paintbrush that was used? Do you admit that?
I don't know.
Steve,
well, no, I care. Let her answer the question, John.
If the perpetrator was in our home, he
your
had
paintbrush.
access. He had
access. The kidnapper who forgot his ransom note? The kidnapper who forgot his pen and all his tools of the instruments?
You know what? We're not going to solve this tonight. And I refuse to have a Jerry Springer type exchange with this man.
It's not.
You know, this has subverted justice in this country like nothing in the history of the Constitution of this country. We have had now 2 detectives from the Boulder Police Department. First, Detective Arndt comes on and emphatically, as emphatic as Mr. Thomas is this evening, says that John Ramsey was the murderer. She could see it in his eyes the day that we found JonBenét. Now, Mr. Thomas, as emphatic, but with yet another idea of how this happened, says the Patsy.
Hey, Shane Culkin. Good to see you.
Well,
we are revisiting JonBenét Ramsey case. We've been watching The Interview Room. We're not quite done with it. We just took a little break to watch this Larry King interview from 2000. Thank you for the floating hearts, my love.
I see that almost none of it makes sense.
You're right. It was an evil.
What was the guy doing? Why did the intruder do this?
Evil
I don't know,
person.
but when we find out,
And
God
you
willing,
know
we'll
when
know.
this creature.
But this person stalks the streets. I don't mean to be
Yes, he
too
does.
maudlin here, but
Yes,
there's someone
he
out
does.
there.
Well, somebody better get worried about it because there are children in this country that are just as vulnerable
To your
as
knowledge,
John
we gotta
Benet
get a break.
was.
I want to ask you, when we come back to your knowledge, are the Boulder Police still working on other suspects? We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Thank you for gifting a membership, Shane Culkin. Grouchy Mama Bear, welcome in. Thank you so much for your support, Shane.
We're back. Our guests are John and Patsy Ramsey. Their daughter, JonBenét, was killed 3.5 years ago, and they're the authors of The Death of Innocence. Steve Thomas is the former Boulder police detective originally assigned to this case. He's author of JonBenét Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation. Now, back to, no qualms here. You're not out to get them, right?
Absolutely not.
And you don't think he started out to get you, right? He believes his theory.
I think he believes it, as flawed as it is. Let me ask this question.
Well, how about the convoluted sex crimes theory? I still haven't heard that, John. I had to explain my theory. Let's hear this pedophile kidnapper.
What Steve Thomas's theory is based on
You're not gonna answer.
is that our child wet her bed and we slaughtered her. That is so preposterous.
You weren't there.
Huh? Thank you so much with Ara R. They are friends with Maxwell. Do you think that picture's real? The one that shows Ghislaine, like it looks like Ghislaine in the background. Do you think that's her? Ooh, that creeps me out. Jerry Springer. She said she was going to have a Jerry Springer moment with this dude. She's like, nope, not today. Not today.
Is that
you guys do think it's
our
real?
child wet her bed and we slaughtered her. That is so preposterous.
You weren't there, John. You can't know.
I was there. I know Patsy.
You
I've
were
lived
there.
with her for 20 years. I know that she loved that child more than anything in the world. I would have given my life for JonBenét. Patsy would have given her life for JonBenét, and I'm sorry we weren't able to.
Are you
that
saying that if it were Patsy, you would never have covered up?
Absolutely not.
No.
Not
So-
in a New York Minute.
So you never doubted
No.
your wife,
No.
ever?
No.
Not for a
Yikes. Okay, so I've got the picture. Thank you, Shane, for gifting another membership. Who got that one? Who got that one? Monica C. Make sure you give Shane Culkin a thank you. Okay, so this is the picture of JonBenét. Can't remember where they were supposed to be at, but I always thought it was photoshopped. But people say that that's Ghislaine. You guys think it's real? Yeah, why wouldn't she be at pageants? I mean, you know what I mean? I know he came in really super hot. Shane just lets us know when he's here.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Oh, you're kidding. Pines. The Denver law firm Hagden, Morgan, and Foreman represented John Ramsey during the JonBenét investigation, also represented Maxwell in a 2015 civil lawsuit. Oh, boy. Thank you so much, Shane. That's greatly appreciated. Okay, let's go back to the interview, right? He nodded his head. Okay, here we go.
There, I know Patsy.
You
I've
were
lived
there.
with her for 20 years. I know that she loved that child more than anything in the world. I would have given my life for JonBenét. Patsy would have.
Trump ran the Miss USA. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Who ran those pageants in the 70s? Yeah, you guys got to watch my interview with the Zell brothers. It is all about the Boulder pedophilia circuit. I mean, it does look like her. The pointy nose, everything.
Given her life for JonBenét, and I'm sorry we weren't able
Are
to.
you
do that.
saying that if it were Patsy, you would never have covered up?
Absolutely not. Not in a New York Minute.
So you never doubted
No.
your wife,
No.
ever?
No.
Not for a second?
There is sufficient evidence to a trained eye that an intruder came into our home. The forensic evidence supports.
And he came with the idea of what?
I don't know for sure.
Well, kidnapping?
We speculate. One of the world's leading profilers, John Douglas, has said that this killer was angry with me, or he was very jealous of me, and this was an anger or jealousy that was acted out against me.
Instead of taking out against you, he kills your child.
Sadly, yes.
You don't buy that.
Well, certainly the colleagues, John Douglas's former colleagues in the FBI, are not of that.
Okay, so knowing how disconnected Ramsey was from JonBenét, I'm not sure anybody would kill JonBenét to get at him because they're jealous. Hold on. All right, I'm going to put it on regular speed because I have it sped up a little bit. God dang it. Okay, here we go.
Bed, and we slaughtered her.
That
is so preposterous.
You weren't there, John. You can't know.
I was there. I know Patsy.
You
I've
were
lived
there.
with her for 20 years. I know that she loved that child more than anything in the world. I would have given my life for JonBenét. Patsy would have given her life for JonBenét, and I'm sorry we weren't able to.
Are you saying that if it were Patsy, you would never have covered up?
Absolutely not.
No.
Not
So-
in a New York minute.
So you never doubted
No.
your wife,
No.
ever?
No.
Not for a second.
There is sufficient evidence to a trained eye that an intruder came into our home. The forensic evidence supports.
And he came with the idea of what?
I don't know for sure.
Well, kidnapping.
We speculate. One of the world's leading profilers, John Douglas, has said that this killer was angry with me, or was very jealous of me, and this was an anger or jealousy that was acted out against me.
Instead of taking it out against you, he kills your child.
Sadly, yes.
You don't buy that.
Well, certainly the colleagues, John Douglas's former colleagues in the FBI, are not of that opinion. It's interesting that the defense paid experts and investigators and so forth that are working on the case have one opinion, whereas law enforcement and those in Colorado working this case have another.
Well, so
Are they looking at other suspects? by the way?
Insinuating we paid John
Yeah,
Douglas.
it's
And Liz
interesting.
Smith.
The Ramseys at this point, of course, the Boulder police will look at any legitimate suspect that's brought to them. But at this point, until the Ramseys satisfy the Boulder Police Department that they are not involved in this case,
Well, you're asking them to prove their innocence.
well, they cast the cloud and the initial doubt that hindered their presumption of innocence.
Why,
By not
Steve?
coming in?
Why do we have
Well,
to prove our innocence? That is fundamentally
you don't, John. It may be
contradictory to the
fundamentally wrong, but at this point, given the evidence and
What
where the
evidence?
authority,
What evidence, Steve?
how long do
Tell
we have,
me
John?
one.
It took us 2 days.
Tell me one tangible piece of evidence that's presentable in a court of law that says
As I
that
said to you
one
when we
of
were
us
with you,
can
though,
kill
how
our
about
daughter.
the idea that if I were accused of killing my child and didn't do it, I'd be down there at a police office, I'd sleep in the police
This was
office,
the
I'd
police.
task him any question,
This
I'd do
was
lie
the
detector
police.
tests.
This is
I'd
who
do
we
any-
had to work with.
Oh my God. Thank you, Ara R. Can I just call you Ara R? You're very pretty, by the way. Look at his face as he explains this. No pain. No. No. This is in 2000. May 31st, 2000. Oh, it makes me sick.
office, I'd sleep in the police
This was
office,
the
I'd
police.
task him any question,
This
I'd do
was
lie
the
detector
police.
tests.
This is
I'd
who
do
we
any-
had to work with.
Oof. Maybe Pines. Monica, I agree with that. She said, I feel Patsy listened to John. It was her job. Pine says, I don't think the person was jealous of John, but I think they had something on him.
How much
We're
time
not
did you
fools.
spend at the Boulder Police
We're not
Department
fools.
since,
Get
since
back
this
to that.
murder?
We still haven't heard the scenarios,
Well,
Steve.
when you
I haven't
hurt
heard
yourself,
news, but
though,
Patsy,
you
how-
did, Patsy.
how
You hurt
many
yourself
hours?
when you hired a lawyer. You
We
hired.
didn't look at
tell you
Larry,
something.
let's explain how that happened. We were crushed. We were devastated. We had lost our child. Our youngest child was murdered in our home. Friends surrounded us. They did things for us. They made decisions for us. That included bringing in lawyers and acting in what they thought was our best interest. We did not make decisions.
Oh, so they're blaming, not that there's anything wrong with lawyering up. I suggest everybody lawyer up, if something like this happens, right? But he's blaming it like he's deflecting. Like, it wasn't our decision. We weren't in the right mind. Our friends hired the lawyers. Like, Maybe on another night, Ara. I don't use stream whatever yards unless I'm doing like panel guests, but I'd love to discuss with you. So if you want to email me, we can set up like where we do call-ins, or we can do a call-in show, or we can do panels. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for being here.
In what they thought was our best interest. We did not make decisions in those
In
early
retrospect,
days.
was that a mistake?
No, not when I saw Linda Arndt go on national television, who was one of the detectives, and say, I saw it in John Ramsey's eyes on December 26th. He was the killer. And now we have her counterpart and colleague saying that Patsy's the killer.
They can't blame the cops when they're not there helping. You know, on one hand, they're screaming for the murder to be solved.
24 hours a day.
Patsy, you haven't answered this question. How,
with us
to this day, as we
24
sit
hours
here tonight, how much time in the last 4 years have you spent in the Boulder Police Department with the detectives working this case?
I don't know, but I'll tell you that
it's
much.
zero.
I have
You never were there?
invited
You've never
them.
gone to the Boulder Police Department.
Answer the question.
All right. Patsy, he asked a fair question.
How many overtures have been made to them, including one on the table right now, for us to come and talk with them and bring our detectives and our investigators and share information and work together, put pride and prejudice aside, Mr.
You're making that
Thomas,
offer to them now.
and work to...
No. That's not how it works. Right? You guys have money to hire investigators. Not everybody has those at their disposal. Okay? And they want to bring their hired people in to work with the Boulder Police Department. And the Boulder Police Department was like, no. They want to control the narrative. Why? Let's bring our detectives. They never went in and talked. Nope, never went in there.
And our investigators and share information and work together, put pride and prejudice aside, Mr.
You're making that
Thomas,
offer to them now.
and work to find the killer of this child.
Are you making a commitment to go into the Boulder Police Department next week or next month and sit down for an unlimited amount of time to cooperate?
Two-way
All right,
street.
but why he's got
okay?
a fair offer? Why not go to? He's not there. Why not go to the police department?
Here's what we've laid on the table. We have told Chief Beckner that we need them to help find this killer. They have absolute authority over this case, and that's not going to change. We've had investigators, seasoned investigators, collectively with over
guys are picking
500
up on a lot of
homicides
stuff. Keep
under
it
their
up.
belt, who have been working on this case day in and day out. They have questions. They have information.
Why don't you all get together?
We would love to.
So why don't you
Go
as
down
he
there
said?
next week?
Why not go there next
We'll
week?
be,
with your,
if we can go there tomorrow with our investigators, sit down with their detectives, get all questions answered, we'll be there
why
tomorrow.
would they not do this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I'm
so
glad to hear
it's on
this.
the table. You would go to Boulder tomorrow with your private investigators, meet with all their detectives, and sit down for as long as it takes
Sit
to
around
get
the
through
table
this.
and let's get all the questions.
that
They've got
Boulder-
questions. We've got questions.
Boulder should say to this tomorrow morning, come aboard.
Well, it depends because I
Why?
hear a hidden caveat here
Which
that,
is?
that it
What's the caveat?
that
This is the problem.
if you're offering, I'm not there anymore, John.
I know
I'm
you're
a
not,
citizen
Let's
who's
say,
concerned
they're
that you won't
offering
go
to-
into the police
They're
department
offering
and answer police
they're
questions.
offering to come with all their investigators, answer any questions, present their side of things.
It's June 1st tomorrow. When are you going to be at the police department?
Steve,
You're not in
it's
charge.
not up to you. You're not in charge.
No, but they
quit.
made the offer. If,
made
if
the offer.
well, let's
Offers
put-
on the
if the
table.
Boulder police called you and said, come down next Monday, you'd come.
With our
With our
investigators,
They would come.
their detectives around the table, you bet.
Okay, we'll be right back with more. Don't go away.
Did you see what Gatehead just put in the chat? From 1975 to 1991, Kaiser Roth, under Gulf Western Industries, ran the Miss Universe organization, which included Miss USA. 1991 to 96, Gulf and Western, which rebranded as Paramount. Remember what? And then in 96, Donald Trump sold to the ITT Corporation. Or no, sorry. He bought it from the ITT Corporation. Roth, as in Rothschild. Remember what 50 Cent said? He said all of them. All of them. What's up, Wash Bar?
Back on the FBI thing for a moment. One would assume that the FBI, all they want to do is gather evidence. They don't care if you did it or didn't do it. They're an investigative
all
agency.
we asked for is an independent polygraph.
Well, why is the FBI not independent?
Because they've been holding the hands of the Boulder Police for the last 2.5 years.
But you think the FBI wants you to be guilty?
I think they have a vested interest. I don't know for sure.
The FBI is part of some great conspiracy.
Could I answer the question that was answered to me?
Yeah, the FBI.
I don't.
Yeah, like why would the FBI conspire against them? It just doesn't make sense.
Don't know. I have friends in the FBI. They're good people. All I know is they're not independent. The Boulder Police stated to us it would take them a week to get the polygrapher from the FBI ready to ask us questions. That shouldn't be necessary unless...
Oh, so it was going to take the FBI too long to set it up, so they were in such a hurry? Come on, man.
There's other motives in mind. The question is very simple. Did you kill your daughter? Did you write the ransom note? Do you know who killed your daughter? If we answer those truthfully, that's all
I
you
know
need
the
to
Boulder
know.
Police said the polygrapher needed to know more.
Well,
what did he need to know more than
in
those?
a polygraph, there's no legal consequence to a polygraph at this point, and the chief of
Colorado.
police, the chief of police has even said he's not accepting the results of this polygraph, and it doesn't make or break the case one way or the other. But you've now passed a polygraph. Will you not submit to an FBI polygraph?
The polygraph issue's over. The people that gave us a polygraph.
Why is it over? Is the FBI part of this great?
Steve, could you
Is-
ask
are
me a
they-
question? I'd like to answer.
Well, you don't allow me an opportunity.
Why would the
to answer.
FBI care?
I don't know, but all I asked for was independent. Look, we were never
salty.
asked to take a polygraph test. When we were asked
It's
on
not
national...
Colorado doesn't allow it in court, right?
Steve, let's address that right now. Cover your book. Your book, your disgraceful book. Why? His inside story answers a wide range of important questions. Why were the Ramseys handled with kid gloves and never asked by law enforcement to take lie detector
Because
tests?
the DA carried you in their pockets.
But then
during-
don't tell me it
during
was
their-
wrong.
their-
It's in your book that we were never
You
asked.
had a press conference last week.
I'm
If I-
saying
let
we
me
were
answer.
never asked
Larry,
to
it's
take
only
a lie
fair that I
detector
get
What
to
happened
answer.
at the press conference?
At the press conference, they released a press packet in which they gave the verbatim transcript. And I think even Alex Hunter has said that anybody reading that transcript, a monkey could understand what was asked. Let's call that ancient history. I'm asking you today, not 3 years ago.
Larry, if I'm reading this wrong, correct me.
And again, Larry, he's not letting me answer the question. But three years ago, we're talking about, we're right here at the table tonight. Will you take an FBI-sponsored polygraph? And the answer is?
Why will they not review the polygraphs that were taken? Why has he made a statement that says they are unacceptable when he has not even taken the time to look at them?
When you're at the police department next week, ask them these questions.
That'd be great. If you can broker that deal, boy, that'd be a great thing.
We'll be back with more on...
Broker that
We'll be
deal,
right back.
she
Don't go away.
No wonder she was good at sales in his company, huh? She's feisty.
And it turned into cover-up, right?
I do.
And that's the reason. And then the writing of the note was after the fact.
That's what I believe.
After the baby is killed.
That's what I believe.
Patsy writes the note, and John complies with her.
No, I don't think John was involved.
But John covers.
I think John's had some questions in the weeks and months that have followed.
Can't speak for me, Steve.
Well, I said I think. Believe it or not, John, I'm entitled to an opinion.
But all this started with bedwetting.
I think so. Yeah, and this is not out of the realm of concept. It happens every
Do you
week
know
in
of
this
other
country.
cases?
Steve, you don't have children. Do you have a pet?
Yeah, John, and let me tell you, I'm glad you
Do
brought
you
it
have a
up.
pet?
I do, and if I can
if
respond.
that pet ever, and pets do this, wet on the floor, would you kill it?
I know how much I love my pet, my dad.
What kind of question is that? What the hell?
Yeah, John, and let me tell you, I'm glad you
Do
brought
you have
it
a
up.
pet?
I do, and if I can
if
respond.
that pet ever, and pets do this, wet on the floor, would you kill it?
I know how much I love my pet, my dad, my
Would you
wife.
kill it,
and if
Steve?
somebody killed my dog, I would be at the sheriff's department, the police department,
you-
every
if
day
your dog-
until I found out who came
If
in my
your
house,
dog wet
wrote a
on the
phony
floor,
ransom
would you
note,
kill
and
it?
killed
Because
my
that's what
dog.
you're accusing us of.
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Would you kill your dog?
Let me ask you this. It's interesting you brought out my book. In your book, you talk about sponsoring FBI or legislation,
Shane.
bringing the FBI into any child.
Bringing
and
a
if I
federal
Larry, let me finish
agency.
my
Yeah,
question.
okay, federal agency.
Well, who do you want? The Border Patrol?
I would like an agency
think-
that knows more about child crimes than you did.
I think, John, and if you let me finish the question, you have said you want federal law enforcement brought into crimes where a child has been killed.
Right.
But in this case, you don't want them brought in because they're part of this great, vast
I would
conspiracy.
have been, the biggest
Why-
mistake
why
I
not
made.
now?
Excuse me, Steve.
Ooh, that's a really. Ooh, that guy just made a really good point that still stands today. You have said, remember today, he even said when we watched that video, my long-term goal is to get the authorities to act differently when a child goes missing or is murdered, right? That fits with what he just said. Now listen what this guy says.
That knows more about child crimes than you did.
I think, John, and if you let me finish the question.
Oh, he just said that a border patrol knows more about child crimes than this guy does, too.
And if Larry, let me finish the question.
Okay, federal agency.
Well, who do you want? The Border Patrol?
I would like an agency that knows more about child crimes than you did.
I think, John, and if you let me finish the question, you have said you want federal law enforcement brought into crimes where a child has been killed. Right. But in this case, you don't want them brought in because they're part of this great, vast conspiracy.
I would have been, the biggest mistake I made.
Now?
Excuse me, Steve.
Why not now,
The
John?
biggest mistake I made when this happened was that I didn't call the FBI directly. I called the Boulder Police.
They were there that day.
That was a horrible mistake.
The FBI
they
was
were
there
not
on the
leading the
26th.
investigation. Linda Arndt was leading the investigation.
You should have called the FBI.
I should have called the
The FBI was there and
Should have
advising
called
from
them.
day one, John.
I never saw them. They were
But
never in
they
my
were at your
presence.
house.
I wanted them. If they had been called to lead the investigation, that would have been a much better
Mr.
solution.
Ramsey, they were at your house.
They were not in our house.
Patsy,
Yes, they were, Patsy.
You
if
weren't
you didn't
there.
do this,
You were not
Patsy,
there.
if you didn't do this, you're out of your mind. You must be going out of your mind no matter what.
I'm not going out of my
no,
mind
I mean,
no matter what.
Well, I mean by out of your mind, if you did it, it was terrible. You didn't do it, you're being accused of doing it. And your daughter is dead. That would drive me nuts. So I don't know how you get through a day.
I have a faith that comes from only one source. God knows who killed JonBenét Ramsey. Steve Thomas does not know, Patsy Ramsey does not know, and John Ramsey does not know. God knows, and the truth is going to prevail. This is not...
You have complete faith in that.
Absolutely. With the help of the police authorities, this case can be
Well,
solved.
we made a leap forward here if they all sit down. You've
Well,
got to
absolutely.
agree with that.
But the Bible also says, without confession, there is no forgiveness. Patsy, do you
No,
think
it doesn't say that.
It doesn't?
Christ did not ask
without
for repentance
confession,
when he forgave
there
his
is no
executors.
forgiveness. Do you think that God will forgive the person who did this?
That's up to
That's
that
up to God.
person and God.
Do you support the death penalty for the person who is ultimately
I
convicted
do
in this
not
crime?
support the death penalty because of the
He does not support the death penalty. Who in their right mind would have their daughter down in their basement, dead, with a garrote and a huge crack in their skull and not want the worst possible punishment for this person? What?
God.
Do you support the death penalty for the person who is ultimately
I
convicted
do
in this
not
crime?
support the death penalty because of the horrible flaws I've seen in our justice system.
Because of the flaws that I've seen in the justice system? What?
God will forgive the person who did this.
That's up to that person and God.
Do you support the death penalty for the person who is ultimately
I
convicted
do
in this
not
crime?
support the death penalty because of the horrible flaws I've seen in our justice system. There are many, many innocent people on death row today because of people like Steve Thomas.
Wow. Wow. I don't like that answer.
Do you support the death penalty for the person who is ultimately
I
convicted
do
in
not
this crime?
support the death penalty because of the horrible flaws I've seen in our justice system. There are many, many innocent people on death row today because of people like Steve Thomas.
Patsy?
I concur.
Do you support the death penalty in this case, whoever killed your daughter?
No, because they would say, what if it's the wrong guy that's convicted?
We
And
need,
they find out
we
10
need a
years later.
DNA database, as one of the things that we're purporting, because if we have unexplained DNA. If we knew whose DNA...
We need a DNA database.
that
there is
was,
DNA there.
then we would know who killed JonBenét
Nobody
Ramsey.
at this table is a DNA expert, and the DNA experts in this case, at the time I left, had told us this is not a DNA case because of issues,
There
degradation,
is
contamination.
unidentified DNA that was found under her fingernails and on her underwear.
It could have been there from 5 days ago.
Oh, please.
Yeah, no, there are other sources other than the killer
Why would
for
it
this
be under her
DNA
fingernails
report.
and her underwear?
If there are other sources, then tell me who it is. But until we know who it is,
If-
I'm
if
hopeful
it's-
that DNA belongs to the killer.
We'll be back with our remaining moments with Steve Thomas and the Ramseys on this edition of Larry King Live. Tomorrow night, we begin our celebration of 20 on Saturday night. Questions for each. You ever have doubts about your theory?
Certainly, questions come and go, but again, myself and others that were associated with this case had tried to step back and look at the big picture in the circumstantial case. Everybody wishes it was a smoke. Everybody at this table wishes it was a smoking gun, no doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt case. It's not. It's a circumstantial case.
Yeah. Well, all cases where there's no witness.
Well, not necessarily if there's ballistics or DNA evidence or a bloody fingerprint.
But you are content that if they meet with everybody and meets with Boulder Police as came up here tonight, that's going to be a step forward.
It's a start. I'm certainly not saying anybody's going to be exonerated.
Do you think it's possible, Patsy?
Salty, I don't know when you joined. I know you just started chatting, but it came out in this I don't know how we even found it. But who was it, guys? The ex-investigator, former investigator for the DA in Boulder is now an employee of Othram. That's what it is. The investigator for the DA in the Ramsey case, I think his name's Steve Ainsworth or something like that, is now an employee of Othram. He is the law enforcement liaison.
That you know the killer. I mean, not know who it is, but that this may be someone who knows you.
I don't know. That's been speculated for 3 years.
You speculate. What do you think?
You know,
I mean, let's think about it all the time.
I think about it all the time, every day, every waking moment. Who could have done this to my daughter?
John, do you think? You said it might be someone mad at you.
Ruling out any possibility. It's a horrible thought to think that someone would be angry with me enough to kill my daughter, but I'm not ruling out anything.
Think this is ever going to go away?
It will never go away.
For us.
For us, it will never go away. But I'm confident with God's help, we will find out who did this.
Steve, if they didn't, you have to admit this is a terrible tragedy.
Well,
beyond the tragedy of the death.
At this point, absent a confession, the killer has to confess in this case because it's arguable that Patsy could never be convicted because reasonable doubt. And John, let me finish my thought. Patsy cannot be convicted because of some reasonable doubt, but an intruder cannot be convicted either because of the same reasonable doubt. This case requires a confession.
It requires DNA
We have
verification.
the killer's calling card. We have 3 pages of handwriting that this killer left for us.
We
That's
do.
a gift. We have DNA that might be a gift. We don't know yet.
And there are
That
other-
handwriting, when we find the right suspect and get enough samples, 3 pages of handwriting will allow us to make a conclusive match. That has been stated by experts in the handwriting field.
That's
this
the
is
key
a
to this
huge
whole thing, right?
key and a huge gift.
It's a strange letter, isn't it?
Absolutely. It is an absolutely bizarre letter that the writer knew so much about this family using Patsy's tablet, a pen from within the home,
But
and
he
other.
did not use JonBenét's name.
He or she certainly did not. I don't know what your point is with that.
They may not have known the name of the child.
Well, certainly
They
knew that the
have
dog
known
wasn't
of-
home, that the alarm wasn't on, that John had this remarkably coincidental bonus of $118,000. Good Southern common sense. The chances of this being some random intruder, one question document,
Bing bang.
that are infinitesimal.
Are you suing Steve?
Yes, you can count on that, Steve.
You expect
spend
this?
a lot of quality time with what you call Team Ramsey.
We'll see you, John.
Wow. And that's how it ends. He says, "Are you suing Steve?" He says, "Yes."
That are infinitesimal.
Are you suing Steve?
Yes, you can count on that, Steve.
Yes, you can count on that.
You expect
spend
this?
a lot of quality time with what you.
He said good Southern common sense.
Remarkably coincidental bonus of $118,000. Good Southern common sense.
Oh, yeah. That was in the letter.
The chances of this being some random intruder, one
we
question
don't think it's random.
document, examiner said are infinitesimal.
Are you suing Steve?
Yes, you can count on that, Steve.
You expect
spend
this?
a lot of quality time with what you've called Team Ramsey.
We'll see you, John.
Thank you all for agreeing to do this. Thank you, Ramsey. Thank you, Steve. Again, the books are John and Patsy Ramsey's book is The Death of Innocence. Steve Thomas's book is Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation. It's John Benet, Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation. This crime took place Christmas night, 1996.
Thank you, Shane. Oh, my gosh. Shane is on fire tonight. My King of Kings received that. Thank you so much, Shane, for your generous membership. Look at Larry King. He looks like Beavis. Thank you for donating membership. Ooh. He calls the new leadership sincere and honest. Are they paid off? What the hell's going on? Okay, we got to get back to the interview room. Don't forget, this is where we started. But I think that interview was really interesting to watch. All right, back to John in the vehicle. We're in the vehicle. It's getting dark. It's dusk. Dusk is falling over Charlevoix, Michigan. There should be, I think there are a couple more interviews, yeah. I think there's another Larry King. There's actually, did you guys know, random fun fact, there's a Larry King where the Ramseys are on, and Trisha Griffith calls in and gives him peace of his mind. She called him out, and I praised her for this in one of my streams about the Ramseys, because he said he started a foundation in JonBenet's name, but he like lied. He didn't do anything with it, and there was like no money put in it. It was like this 501(c), and Trisha called in and she was like, where are you, why aren't you putting money in that five? She literally called him out. And it's really ironic knowing what we know about her now. I'll try to find it. I played it way back in the day, so maybe I could find it from one of my old streams. Okay, so back to Burke. Wait, let me pull up the transcript. Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. We're back to Burke and the CBS thing emotionally damaging him. Okay? Yeah, I'll definitely look for it.
Accused him of murder after he'd been cleared long ago by the police way back. Even when that CBS program came out, accusing Burke of murder, even the authorities in Boulder called us and said, if you need any help fighting this, let us know. This is absurd.
Okay, so that's how the whole Boulder thing came up. And yeah, I'll show you guys that whole thing about the 501(c). I looked it up. But anyways, yeah, I don't remember what I was saying.
That they would accuse Burke of murdering his daughter or sister for profit. Anyway, but this has started to haunt him. A lot of people saw that, and people unfortunately see headline and they forget the background or any other information. It's like the tabloids. They'll put an article on the front of a tabloid, two-headed baby born in Kansas, and you see it, and then you walk on through the supermarket, and then you think later, somewhere.
Oh, did I miss that? Because I caught that the other day. Hold on.
And it's easy to put came out accusing Burke of murder. Even the
Yeah, this is one of the important parts. I can't believe I just wasn't even listening clearly. Watch the guys during this part, okay? He makes a slip and he says, hell, the guy in Boulder, they even called us and said, hey, if you need any help clearing Burke with CBS, getting this lawsuit going, we're on your side, brother. And he accidentally says, they said it's absurd that they would accuse Burke of murdering his daughter or his sister for profit.
came out accusing Burke of murder. Even the authorities in Boulder called us and said, if you need any help fighting this, let us know. This is absurd that they would accuse Burke of murdering his daughter or his sister for profit. Anyway, so
look at their faces. They're like, what? Watch Chris. Watch Chris right now. We're going to focus on Chris right now. Watch.
But this has started to haunt him. A lot of people saw that. And, people unfortunately see headline. And
I think it kind of caught them off guard. Like, yeah, he's like, you can see a little bit of flinches. They have great poker faces, right? But, watch.
Her sister for profit. Anyway, but this has started to haunt him. A lot of people saw that. And, people unfortunately see headline and they forget the background or any other information. It's like the tabloids. They'll put an article on the front of a tabloid, two-headed baby born in Kansas, and you see it, and then you walk on through the supermarket, and then you think later, somewhere I read there's a two-headed baby born in Kansas. And it's easy to put those impressions out there that disregard facts and common sense. And that's affected Burke a bit, certainly now, because there were people that came away with that impression. Yep. CBS said so. He must have murdered he must have been the murderer of JonBenét. And that boom.
He knew he screwed up. Okay. before he said his daughter, his sister. Thank you, Shane. I'm really enjoying it. I've missed being live. But here he says, and I'm going to read the transcript. Yep. CBS said so. He must have murdered his murder. He must have been the murderer of JonBenét. The first time he said his daughter. Then he said his sister. And then he totally avoided saying it altogether. And he had to say her name. And these guys are just like, what is going on? Was the sale finalized? Yeah. He had already sold to Lockheed Martin, and he was, I think, an employee of Lockheed at this time, if I'm not mistaken.
There were people that came away with that impression. Yep. CBS said so. He must have murdered he must have been the murderer of JonBenét. And that boom, that's it. They've made that decision based on that program, and that's hurt Burke in some cases. He's had people that wouldn't be with him because he was a child murderer. You know,
He had people that wouldn't be with him because he was a child murderer.
kids his age, and that's very child murderer. Be with him because he was a child murderer. You know, kids his age, and that's very sad and very difficult to correct. You know, it's the problem in our society. You know, we're so media saturated, and once your reputation is tarnished or damaged or destroyed, fairly or unfairly, it'll never go back to pure white, even if it was pure white before the event. It's just there's always going to be 5 or 10% of the people, regardless of the fact, come out later, or information that comes out later, that 5 or 10% of the population go, well, yeah, I don't believe that. And that's life. Unfortunately, you're stuck.
Dude, he's rambling now because what he's saying, he's not wrong, right? It's true. I mean, it's true for anything. You get the public gets a perception. A lot of them don't ever lose that perception. It's like with anything, not just child murderers. That's just how the general humanity works. So he's rambling, and I think they're gonna maybe switch gears. I don't know.
Stuck with it, but the best we can do to clarify that horrible thing CBS did is to find a killer. And there'll still be some people that once the killer's confessed, convicted, and in prison, they'll still think, nah, it was the little boy, or it was the dad, or it was Patsy. And that's just humanity. You can't. The Bible calls them fools, and I really wrestled with. I couldn't understand why the police were so narrow-minded and oblivious to common sense and facts and so forth in the beginning, because they just immediately decided it was the parents. They just weren't sure which one. They had to figure that out. But the Bible calls them fools and says, "Don't mess with fools. Keep them out of your life. You can't argue with them with facts, and just keep them out of your life." And of course, that was easier said than done. In our case, we couldn't keep the police out of our life. But anyway, the media can do great harm. They can do.
Wait. What did he just say? We couldn't keep the police out of our life. Why would you want the police out of your life when your daughter's murder is unsolved? Huh? Thank you guys for hitting the like button tonight. And sound off. Let me know what you guys think of the Ramseys. Do you think either one of them know anything of what happened?
Their life. And of course, that was easier said than done. In our case, we couldn't keep the police out of our life. But anyway, the media can do great harm. They can do very good, but they can do great harm.
Yet you've continued to speak with them for 30 years. He really hasn't said a lot of good things about media.
Yeah, and Dr. Simon, how does this choice of murder weapon correlate with the
Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Okay, so remember, he's in his vehicle. Now we've got them bringing up the garage. Okay. And they keep switching back and forth between the garage and turning it on and off. And it's interesting to watch him as this goes down. So I'm going to be switching the screen, but I want you to see him. They've just popped up the garage.
9-year-old's development?
Well, what do you? What is it, Chris? What is it again? How does it correlate with?
Yeah, if anything.
No. I mean, no. I don't see that, and it's I've seen kids. I mean, before with certain subsets of violence, but not this.
With the development and all the stressors and the pressures going on, is there any way, in your professional opinion, without obviously talking to Burke, but do you see that type of murder weapon correlated in any way to a pre-pubic, adolescent child, a small child?
No.
This is where they clear Burke, basically.
And in particular, too, is that if, and I would say in the past, if I, had consulted on a case where, let's say, a child was violent in such a way to organisms, to, perhaps.
I want you guys, I don't know if you can freaking tell, but I want you guys to kind of, if you can, yes, he was in the Navy. Focus on his breathing. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm going to keep it on, I'm going to crank it down to regular speed just for this section, because I thought I noticed that when the garrote was shown, that his breathing slowly gets more accelerated, but I could be wrong. I only watched it once. So let's watch, okay, as more of this is shown. And it's going to be all effed up because I've got him cropped out, but I'm trying to do the best I can.
With certain subsets of violence, but
so they've just shown the garrote, and now they're asking if, like, this could be something a 9-year-old would do, and he's like, no, I don't think so. But just watch, because they keep flashing pictures and shit. So
the not this.
With the development and all the stressors and the pressures going on, is there any way, in your professional opinion, without obviously talking to Burke, but do you see that type of murder weapon correlated in any way to a pre-pubic, adolescent child, a small child?
No. And in particular, too, is that if, and I would say in the past, if I, had consulted on a case where, let's say, a child was violent in such a way to organisms, to perhaps you would see it. It doesn't go unnoticed.
okay, so basically this guy is saying you would have noticed something in this person. He's talking about the killer. You would have noticed something. So specifically, yes, they're, clearing Burke or whatever. But they're still talking about what this person would be like, what you would notice in this person, what they could have done prior to this. And he's very interested in this, like, type of profile, if you will.
It's not hidden in the weeds. This would be something that, like I'm talking about with children who have, done some bad things. You see that it's just, they don't, somebody, you would take notice to it. It'd be something that you would become aware of before anything, because children, it's very difficult for them, if not impossible, to hide. They're not going to hide in the shrubbery, so to speak. You will see this. This will be out in the open because of what their previous behavior would lend to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
you're saying
Yeah,
significant behaviors.
What's that? What's that?
Significant past behaviors leading up to this.
You would see, yes, I mean, first of all, I mean, these cases that I'm talking about that I've been asked to consult on in the past, mercifully rare. And
I don't like how John Ramsey asked that guy if he'd kill his dog. I don't like that at all. I don't see him as an animal lover.
And if they had done something, it would have been done to another organism. It would have there would have been something that would have led up to, so you would have seen it.
Something would have led up to this. You would have seen it. Did you guys know that I read today that Boulder police actually requested Beth's autopsy? And I think they were checking to see if she showed any, like, abuse signs. And they said that there was nothing useful in her autopsy to help them with the JonBenét Ramsey case. But they went there. They checked.
So, for example,
Yeah.
cruelty to animals.
There you go. I didn't necessarily want it yet. That would be, yes, that would be one of them there. Cruelty to animals. You would
Just
see
as an
it.
example. Yeah.
Yeah, like a rehearsal. It's not,
Exactly.
you're going to see these. Yeah, you're going to see these things. These things are not going to be hidden in the forest.
Yeah, it suggests. If you take a,
See?
They would be doing drawings and different things, maybe in notebooks and just all kinds of things, right?
Perhaps. And then the behavior, perhaps. And then the behavior, you would take notice to these things. You wouldn't, this is not something that the children that I've been asked to consult with in the past.
Do you think his wife is inside listening to this? There was drama with the Ramsey family dog. Oh, boy.
Past, teachers, parents were aware of these types of warning signs. It just didn't, come about, you see.
which is even consistent for adults.
That is it, right? There you go. Yeah.
Right? Engaging in the same kinds of behavior. I mean,
Where'd the guy go that was in the dark? He is in his car. John is in his car.
this isn't the type of activity that is spontaneous on the spur of the moment.
Not at all. Not at all. And that is why you would see these things over time develop. I mean,
okay. Now watch this. Now he's doing something really weird, dude. He's fixing to put his laptop on the seat next to him, and I have no idea why he's doing this. But watch.
So, yeah.
I mean, I look at some of the behavioral aspects of the creation of this garrote, and I see sustained concentration.
Okay, so now we're showing the garrote again. Okay, we've now pulled up the garrote. He has moved his laptop thingy over to the seat. Now watch.
Concentration. This has taken some time. It didn't just happen in a disorganized manner. in terms of the wrapping and the creation of the knots.
This kind of bothered me, to be honest, because as you can see, he's really looking at the garrote here. Like, this is the garrote conversation.
And it suggests repetition in the past, doesn't it? And experience with it, knowing how to do it and how to create it.
Right, exactly. Over time, and the and age would have and would have an effect on that.
Yeah.
Through time, through experience, to get to that level.
Yes.
So this knot in of itself, or excuse me, everybody's focusing on the knot, okay? And Greg, that's interesting observation and comment you just made. While everybody's focusing on the knot, what should we really be looking at in the big picture here? And not how it's manufactured. I mean, yes, that's an aspect, right, that takes a lot of diligence.
Now, mind you, he's not frozen because he just moved his hand, okay? His hand is going to the computer, which he can mute himself. Right. That's what I'm wondering. Why isn't there DNA in those knots? That's what I want to know. So he's messing with his laptop. It's on the seat now. And you're going to see him look towards the house a couple times too. Watch. Hey, Chloe.
In the big picture here, and not how it's manufactured. I mean, yes, that's an aspect, right, that takes a lot of diligence, a lot of thought process, but it's probably not the first one ever made. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I think it suggests experience, which means over time.
They pull it up. Okay, so they've pulled it up again. They're saying it suggests experience and all these things.
Been occurring. This isn't, again, the spur of the moment, once and done. This is an individual who has experienced in the past the creation of the same thing, and at least the attempt, as Doc has suggested, to apply it in other instances of whether it be inanimate objects or even animate objects that are easy to dominate, manipulate, and control in that experimentation.
They took the garrote away.
Okay, so what?
He's checking. I just wonder what the wifey's doing, because remember we had the office. He was in the office or whatever. Now we've got this.
But objects that are easy to dominate, manipulate, and control in that experimentation.
Okay, so what type of emotional response is this whoever manufactured that looking for? Not jealousy, a rage, or something. What's happening pre-incident to get them to this point where this becomes a manufactured murder weapon at the location where the victim is discovered?
It's gone.
Well, for me, it's a reflection of a manifestation of a need to have absolute power and control and domination over the victim. And the utilization of this type of an implement is not what you would call a method that employs a quick death, but it's suggestive of something that is long and drawn out over a period of time. Now,
see, that garrote is like punishment. It's torture.
It depends on how much time the individual had, of course. But the level of power and influence that this individual has over, at least in his fantasy mind, creation of the crime and the living out of the crime, then ultimately the application of it, or rather the living out of the fantasy, and then the engagement to actually commit it. There's a sense of satisfaction, excitement, and fulfillment in the power that one has and the gratification that one achieves in the S areas of one's life, particularly elements of sadism, and to be able to watch and witness the effects of the application of that garrote to the victim. And it's slow, methodical, and drawn out.
He said that twice. Slow, methodical, drawn out. Beth's death was pretty quick. She died from internal injuries. He's literally talking about little JonBenét being tortured for an extended period of time in their freaking house with items from their house. They didn't even bring the note. They wrote the note in the house.
Would the intensity be important to your point, Greg? If the autopsy showed an intensity volume?
Oh, absolutely. And it's consistent with what level of control that the offender feels that they had during the commission of it, or lack of control. And therefore the need to apply more force or less force.
Oh my God, he's describing literally how you use a garrote. He's listening through his phone, apparently. Very intently, actually. You apply more or less force. I'm not sure if you guys know what garrotes can be used for in that situation, but it's very disgusting. Hey, Carl. Yeah, he's not laughing anymore. Right.
Apply more force, and therefore the need to apply more force or less force.
Well, and I'm sorry, just to support that, you have to keep in mind that the cord was repositioned. You can see cord marks at two different locations on JonBenét's neck.
Right. So if someone did this before, let's just plausibly say they're correct, and someone has done this before, but this time, guess what? They went too far. And they couldn't bring her back. Okay, so what it does is, I'm just going to put it to you bluntly, when it's when it's constricted, the victim will tighten up, and then when it's loosened, their muscles loosen up. And that's used in a DV situation.
Yeah, great point, Kurt. And we're going to dive into that in one of the filters, down the line. That is an excellent point. We're really going to put some other people on this with Doc Simon and Greg too. So, Doc Simon, what the intensity level? What say you about what the perpetrator could possibly be processing?
Well, I mean, possibly, this could be maybe an attempt. Really, I mean, it could be self-hatred, self-loathing, and then what the opposite representation of that, and perhaps trying to gain control through that and gain to feel in many ways whole again, but and it's just one. It's one example. I mean, there may
Thank you, 14 months. For 14 months, Lisa discovers, wasn't Ramsey home part of a holiday tour of homes within a few days prior to the murder of JonBenét? Yeah, but they didn't go in the basement. That wasn't part of the tour. But yes, they were on a home tour.
maybe unconsciously trying to rewrite their own history and inflict maybe the trauma that they had endured, if they did.
So now he's saying maybe this person also had some trauma that they were working out.
Or to identify with the aggressor if they had one, and rewrite the history to inflict that trauma. Identifying with the aggressor and then externalizing their own victimization through the whole process. Again, that fusion of S and aggression together, and the intensity of that in that
Sex and aggression together.
moment.
I'm glad, Leo.
So, if I understand you guys correctly, I'm kind of putting it into, because you guys have known me forever. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. However, I do understand this stuff. And so what you're saying is one would expect to, because this is obviously driven by an SA fantasy.
There we go. SA fantasy. It was, Babu.
Correct?
Yes.
And one would expect to see some type of pre-incident behaviors that would lead up to, the manufacturing of that type of selecting weapon, right?
Yes.
Keep me honest. Okay.
I told you, ATF.
And then you would expect to see somewhere even before maybe even this poor little girl, some type of pre-incident or some type of behavior that maybe would give us an indication that said, look, as a law enforcement investigator, I would want to start looking for these types of things before the assault. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Certainly.
Yes.
Okay. And once you have the assault, would the suspect have stopped, or would they have escalated in relationship to their SA activity now that they have taken her life? What would you expect to see?
Go ahead, Don.
You first, I insist.
Well, past behavior.
I like this guy right here. I like this guy, Lawrence.
Is predictive of future behavior. I would expect to see more of it. There may be a cooling off period for this individual because of all the attention that has gathered around this event. And the individual is experiencing a level of glee and satisfaction because of the impact and attention it's receiving, knowing that he is the individual responsible for it and still controls it.
And to piggyback off that, the behavior could be manifested in something else. It doesn't necessarily need to be the same.
Bing bong. Bing bong. So he's saying this person isn't necessarily going to take a garrote to a 6-year-old again. They could be manifesting this in other ways. It's really good to see you, Carl Ferguson. Oops. I hope they give examples because I don't really know what he means by that.
Sure.
You know, so
That's an interesting point. Like what?
Well,
Greg?
Again, we've made reference to inanimate objects and animate objects. It can be animals, and it could be something inanimate. Would be a representation of a victim, say in a doll,
or or themselves,
or themselves. Yes,
a doll,
kind of a la BTK, and all of his things that he would explore with. Didn't he leave a doll during his events? Right, he left a doll inside of a cereal box, if I remember right, with a driver's license of Fox.
I'm just gonna speed it up just a little bit. I want you guys to watch him, but it's very slow.
One of his victims. What was going on internally for him? Is that still power, control, and dominance, Greg and Larry?
I think so. It's an opportunity for them to relive the incident in their mind and continue to carry out those fantasies. As we all know in our own in their mind, and continue to carry out those fantasies and to relive the incident.
What's he doing? Is his wife like calling him or something? Watch.
In their mind and continue to carry out those fantasies. As we all know in our own legitimate experience, we fantasize about doing certain things that we presume are going to give us great satisfaction. And recognizing that eventually that fantasy is never perfect enough. We dream about it, we create it, we can imagine it, but eventually you've got to engage in it. You've got to experience it, unless somehow there's been some intervention to prevent that from happening.
And many of these themes, these individual themes, and again, they're unique to individuals. And many of these themes, these individuals
prevent that from happening.
And many of these themes, these individual themes, and again, they're unique to individuals. The themes of these fantasies are not modified completely over time.
So are you guys seeing any sense at this? I mean, obviously this is only the second time we're diving into this publicly, but I want to ask a quick question. Well, not yet. Are you guys sensing anything in relationship to Burke being, if we as an organization, the Cold Case Foundation, is Burke on the table from any of the evidence that we have seen up to this date?
No, this is no childhood or adolescent crime. Or for that matter, even if it was a teenager, let's say it was a teenager, as the doc has suggested, you'd see that pre-incident behavior and the history of antisocial behavior that is consistent with the application of this type of a tool.
Dean, you've been quiet. Do you see any indication that Burke is involved in this?
No.
In any way, shape, or form?
No, not of any of the evidence that we've seen.
Because I mean, we were straight with Mr. Ramsey. I mean, he said, help us solve this case. That's what he came to us and he said, I want you guys, whatever you need, you have access to. And Zach, how many documents have we had access to? And I know that Butch dropped off.
More than 23,000.
More than 23,000. And we also have access to some systems that have been flushing a tremendous amount of information and putting some things in proper order for us. So I feel comfortable tonight telling the public, and Greg, you're the executive director, so it has to come from your mouth, that we are going to probably officially take Burke off of the suspect list for the murder of JonBenét Ramsey.
Well, I think anything's possible. Okay. But there's rarely do we see a crime that even the possibilities are so improbable it's unrealistic to even.
People have been super chatting. I meant to tell you guys this all night to get John Starlink.
Even consider it. And for me, this falls in that category.
Look at his breathing.
Yeah, we're moving way past it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's yeah.
We're moving way past Burke. Look at him. Look He's like, I think that's his belly. I don't really know. Sitting in his car.
We're moving way past it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's yeah. And by the way, so we have access to every piece of paper, and we have been reading them. In fact, Zach has been reading them as well as myself. And of course, we've been working with John for just about a year now.
Took him a year to come on here.
Behind the scenes, the public did not know until he felt comfortable coming out and talking about what we're doing here tonight.
He hasn't felt comfortable in a year. Hey, Kelly. Yes, John Smith. That's John Ramsey. Mm-hmm. He didn't feel comfortable for a year. Like what? Why didn't you feel comfortable, dude? You've done hundreds of interviews. Is it because this one's unscripted? I don't know, man. A year. Damn.
You felt comfortable coming out and talking about what we're doing here tonight. Okay, which leads me to, okay, if that's the situation, we know about the stressors within the families, but there are also some other anomalies that are going to lead us into the next episode that we are really paying attention to, because you would expect some type of post-incident behaviors as well, correct? Greg?
Sure.
Larry?
Yes.
Dean?
Yep.
Yep. Zach?
So weird.
Kurt, what do you think?
Yeah, especially with kids. They can't keep the secret.
Okay. So that led us to, okay.
Especially with kids, they can't keep a secret. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, if Lou was onto something in a stranger situation, and now we know for a fact now that the DNA, there is DNA that exists, and it is an unidentified male. Zach, can you tell us about that from the reports?
Yeah, I mean, they have a composite from multiple sources that they known male. They've tested it against multiple people, none have matched. They're still looking.
Okay, so but we have DNA. We have two sources that are strategically able, as we go on here, to be tested. That Mr. John Ramsey can have a lab theoretically, based on the reports that we're reading. And keep me in line here. There is still DNA that can be tested and potentially a suspect identified based on what the lab reports are saying.
Yes, if that
So-
question was me, hold on.
Yeah, if that question was addressed to me, there is stuff that can be tested, but most importantly,
Why are you answering this, dude? Hold on. I need to pull up the damn transcript. I don't know if they meant it for him to answer that. Hold on.
Based on be tested in line here. There is still DNA that can be tested and potentially a suspect identified based on what the lab reports are saying.
Yes, if that
So-
question was me, hold on.
yeah, if that question was addressed to me, there is stuff that can be tested, but most importantly, it needs to be reformatted to be compatible with the
Forensic genetic genealogy, which is the latest and greatest tool to use DNA to solve crime. DNA tool that really can solve crimes. Historically, DNA has been used to identify against other bad guys that have been caught and their DNA's in the database, in the bad guy database called CODIS. And that worked great 30 years ago, but it's not valid. It's not current today. It's not as useful and as powerful as this forensic genetic genealogy. That's technique to solve all sorts of cold cases, and that the DNA data needs to be reformatted to be compatible with the forensic tool. CODIS has 15 or 20 markers from our, has billions of markers in it. This new format for FTG is called forensic genetic technology, has tens of thousands of markers.
The fuck? He knows the acronym? FTG? Dude, the old investigator for Boulder works for Othram. Why aren't they doing this? What the hell is going on? He knows exactly what it is, dude. Is he an investor in frickin' Othram?
CODIS has 15 or 20 markers from our, has billions of markers in it. This new format for FTG is called forensic genetic technology, has tens of thousands of markers. So it gives you a huge amount of information, and I said it's like a nuclear weapon to solving crimes.
That sounds like an Othram saying. It's a nuclear weapon to solving crimes. You know what the owner of Othram told me at CrimeCon? I said, wow. I said, your exhibit's big or something like that. She said, we call it Othram City. Sounds like an Othram saying right there.
I said it's like a nuclear weapon to solving crimes, and we've been advocating to use it.
And I have here a 3-page report that we'll get into not tonight, but about who is in the circle, out of the circle, and how that genetic DNA
You're
can go.
in the
But
circle, dude.
before we get there, we have to talk about the possibilities of points of entry into the house. And this is one of the things that we've been talking about in terms of when we think about compartmentalization. We think about the floor plan in the house. And this is something that Dean talked about in our last episode. If you haven't.
Okay, so here's the layout of the house. Someone was asking about the layout. This is the first floor.
Haven't seen it yet, go look at it. But just like human behavior, a lot of times behavior is compartmentalized. And in my experience, a lot of times when suspects come into residences and stuff, and there is a familiarity potentially with that residence, that compartmentalization becomes quite important. Greg said something recently where, and I'll let him repeat it. Greg, in your opinion, do you think the suspect who may have been involved in this could have come into this house before?
Oh, I'm confident that he definitely came into the house
100%.
before, at least on one occasion.
Anybody else want to opine on that principle? Okay. And go ahead, Doc.
No, I just was piggybacking off Greg. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to step into a home, usually, if anybody objects to it, you know what's on the other side of it.
Okay. And so, which led us to this particular concept to explore the points of entries. These are actual pictures of the butler's door. And also it is a picture of the stairwell going up from the first floor to the second floor.
Hold on. Oh my gosh, sorry.
John, do you remember this door?
I hope so.
Yes, yeah, I can. It never was used. We called it the butler's pantry because it had a sink down there. So we didn't, that's kind of what we're kind of a level between the first floor and the basement that had a door to the outside, to the side of the house. We never used it.
So this staircase right here is where the ransom note was found. It was right here. And then you have this door. This is the butler's door, I guess, which we were trying to figure out on Salty's. I still don't really understand this, but okay.
In the house we went.
It's located within 25 feet of the spiral staircase.
Okay. And on the other side there, is where the ransom note was found, and we're going to break that down. But I'm kind of leading up into the next piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah.
For the next program, which is going to be the second filter. Greg, tell everybody about the second filter and why 2 and 3 will become significant for the audience.
Okay, so you bet. As you can see from the diagram, the second filter is the initial contact site. We're going to be discussing, based upon the lifestyle and all the events that had occurred in her life and in her activities definitely within the last 48 hours. And then to expand that out to the last probably couple months in terms of significant events. We want to know to what degree an individual may have had exposure to her and what the capacity may have been. And then we're going to be talking about the crime scene itself and talking about all the potential entrances and exits, what would be convenient for an offender, what would be inconvenient, what would allow the offender to be able to move about as easily as possible in terms of their experience in the home, their familiarity in the home, and who basically lived where during the nighttime. So it's going to be quite a conversation and discussion to allow us to get some insight into the offender's mind, both at the crime scene, but also what possible events and experiences may have occurred where the offender may have had some contact with the victim.
So if you were to sum up tonight's concepts, John, what are your expectations for your family? And help the public understand why you're extending yourself. No bars held. No, you're not holding back. It's like, let's go.
Well, in the beginning, there was a rage in my heart and my head against this killer. And I dealt with the whole concept of forgiveness and went through that for 4 or 5 years trying to get my head around how.
Dude, we heard him say in 2000 that person could ask for forgiveness. That was between them and God, and that he did not believe in the death penalty because of the mistakes made in the justice system. So he just said, I dealt with the whole, rage in my heart and in my head, but that's not what he was saying in 2000.
There was a rage in my heart and my head against this killer. And I dealt with the whole concept of forgiveness and went through that for 4 or 5 years trying to get my head around how can you forgive someone like this? And that's a whole big chapter, I guess, in my life. But this chapter now, for the sake of my family, needs to be closed. Particularly for Burke's case, where he was so vilified in the media for entertainment.
Dude, Burke won like $400 million or something. What is he? They just cleared Burke. Why are we still talking about Burke? Oh, thank you, I wonder. Wow, that's so nice of you. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Jay. I'm always so grateful when you're live and share so much with us. I really appreciate those that have stuck around all night. I really appreciate you. I love these like deep dive conversations and going back and forth. I really love it. He did, Ishi.
And no basis of fact. Even the police said, that's absurd. This was not done by a 9-year-old little boy. So that we need to close this chapter for my family and my grandchildren. Now they're old enough now to understand what the history was. And
these guys all moved when he said he had grandchildren. Hey, Shibby, you still here? Appreciate you, man. Shibby probably has like 5 screens and like a bunch of people. He's watching like JLR. He's watching Ted. He's watching CN. He's watching J for Justice.
Children now, they're old enough now to understand what the history was, and it's important for our family to get this behind us completely.
That's a great point. We have another generation now that is exposed to this.
They're adults now.
We have a whole nother generation that is exposed to this. They're adults now, he says. Yes, exactly, Shibs.
That is exposed to this. We have another generation now that is exposed to this.
They're adults now.
And your grandkids. I mean, you just that. How many in your immediate family are with you guys today?
3 living children. Not married. Will be someone special. John had been married for a year. And has 3 boys, amazing boys. We're going to one's graduation from college, and John Andrew has a daughter and a son who are younger. They're in high school, and they're all very proud of them. They're amazing kids and all different, as grandkids tend to be, but we're grateful.
You know, from my experience as an investigator, we would have seen this again in your family.
Oh my God. Look at he's like a deer in headlights. Dude, what if they talked to his grandchildren and asked, like, did Grandpa ever touch you or some shit? Oh my God. We're the fuck.
From my experience as an investigator, we would have seen this again in your family.
We would have seen this again in your family. No, Gateshead Angel. John Jr. was on the plane, and a flight attendant said he needed to contact his family. This just happened, 2 days ago? I think 2 days ago. And look at his face. He's like, oh my God. That face, though. No, predators don't quit. That's definitely true. Like, they don't stop. Like, people who hurt kids don't just stop hurting kids one day just because they all of a sudden are a good person. They definitely need major, like, intervention, like Chris said earlier. This person would keep reoffending. Maybe not killing, but we don't know what led to JonBenét's death. Was it a pedophile fantasy gone wrong? Did it go too far? Did it go too far? Watch again.
From my experience as an investigator, we would have seen this again in your family.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks? He said thanks. What?
This again in your family.
Yeah, thanks. Well,
Meaning, whoever, if in any way, shape, or form, you were the perpetrator or your wife or your son, we'd have a trail of victims. Am I right, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Larry?
it never made sense.
What? Wait, where'd the other guy go? That guy dropped off. Okay, now I gotta fix this window. It's almost over, but where's that guy? Okay, so John's gonna be over here. Whoa, that was really uncomfortable. He's like, it never made sense. What never made sense? He said, thanks. Thanks, man.
why the police would focus on us other than we were in the house where we should have been at that time of night.
Wait, what? We'd have a trail of victims, he says.
Wife or your son, we'd have a trail of victims. Am I right, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Larry?
It never made sense why the police would focus on us other than.
Dr. Larry was about to talk. He cut him off. He cut off Lawrence. He says, right, Dr. Larry, we'd have a trail of victims, right, Dr. Larry? He's like, it never made sense to me that, they thought we,
Of victims.
Right, a trail of victims over time is what they mean.
Am I right, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Larry?
It never made sense why the police would focus on us other than we were in the house where we should have been at that time of night. And they didn't. We were told by the DA years later.
Right, but Chris isn't telling you what he thinks, Two Old Crows. See, people let their hatred for somebody get in front of the facts. He's not telling you what he thinks. He's not telling you anything. He's just asking questions. So you have to look at this from a different perspective. He's not doing anything. He's just asking questions. This dude's like talking.
That time of night. And they didn't. We were told by the DA years later that the police just didn't think we acted right that morning. And I don't know how they expected us to act, but none of them had ever dealt with this kind of situation before, so their ability to judge that. That morning when JonBenét was in the hands of someone, I thought I could get her back. I really did. If I kept.
Oof, this is wild.
I thought I could get her back. I really did. If I kept my wits about me and was smart about it and stayed focused on doing whatever I could do to get her back. And, with Beth, I didn't have that choice. When I got the word that she was gone, she had died. She was.
Wait, what? What? So there was a chance you could have saved her life? That garrote you bag, right? The fuck? Hold on.
But none of them had ever dealt with this kind of situation before, so their ability to judge that. That morning when JonBenét was in the hands of someone, I thought I could get her back. I really did. If I kept my wits about me and was smart about it and stayed focused on doing whatever I could do to get her back. And, with Beth, I didn't have that choice. When I got the word that she was gone, she had died. She was gone. So I was.
What? Maybe he's talking about that morning before he found her body? Maybe when he thought she was actually kidnapped and they were waiting for the ransom call, which never came. And then the detective there was like, wait a minute. These people aren't excited that this call never came. Right. Whose hands was she in?
Doing whatever I could do to get her back. Or JonBenét was in the hands of someone. I thought I could get her back. I really did. If I kept my wits about me and was smart about it and stayed focused on doing whatever I could do to get her back. And, with Beth, I didn't have that choice. When I got the word that she was gone, she had died. She was gone. So I was really focused on I'm going to get JonBenét back. I'll get her back. I really thought I had the opportunity to do that. So that's not acting right, then so be it. But not a good thing to base a guilt or innocence decision on.
I totally agree, my friend. Well,
I don't think that's what the grand jury based their decisions on.
we're going to pick it up. Dr. Larry, or Simon, did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I thought you'd called, but yeah, and that's something that John had said and I talked about. Whereas, when you have something like this, there's no such thing as acting wrong or right, and that's where knowledge is power. And I think that is important.
The fact that he mentioned that his grandkids are now, experiencing this is almost a second wave, another
We brought up the grandkids again.
On Prime Crime.
tidal wave, and they weren't even born. That is a very powerful statement from John Ramsey.
Yes.
And I hope the world heard that tonight. If you get anything out of this tonight, that is an extremely powerful statement that people.
This is so awkward.
Who weren't even born are also experiencing the hate towards this family without allowing the process to be completed yet.
Who's hating on his grandchildren? What? Look at his eyes, dude. He's like, grandchildren? Like, who even are his grandkids? Like, what?
And this is why the Cold Case Foundation, one of the reasons we exist, is because we are in the middle and we're going to follow the evidence where the evidence takes us. And right now, that evidence is DNA that is on the victim, the daughter of this man, in the upper left-hand corner. There is an unknown male DNA on her body. And his family, him, his son, his wife, and himself, has been cleared from that DNA source. So guess what? The police department, from an investigative side, get on it. Let's get this DNA tested, and let's get this person, because there are probably a lot more children out there.
Okay, so there's unknown male DNA under JonBenét's fingernails, and I believe there was some in her underwear. But we don't know when and where that came from. She was which underwear? What? She was wearing size 12 underwear over a size 6. Why? Why was she wearing 2 pairs of underwear, and which ones had the unknown male DNA in them? The ones that were the right size or the ones that were too big? I have no idea, Two Old Crows. I have no idea. Maybe they have testimonials on their website. I don't know. Yeah, she had 2 pairs of underwear on when she was found dead. Sleuthy, yeah, could have came from the laundry, right? If we listen to McClellan. And a pubic hair on her blankie. Burke didn't do it. Yeah, they tested them.
By the hands of this individual. And children out there. And let's get this person, because there are probably a lot more children out there by the hands of this individual. And God forbid, we didn't do anything about it. Dean?
That's the scary part of letting this go on. As Lou Smith said, the detective who was brought in on this case by the DA out of retirement, solved over 200 homicides, said, there's a very dangerous killer out there, and nobody's looking for him. And I hope and pray that he doesn't kill other children, but.
Well, John, the upside here is this shows, programs like this, we will memorialize your feelings and your observations about your family. And we appreciate, your candor, and I know the audience does. And we appreciate your candor, and I know the audience does,
What is he freaking out about, guys?
of feelings and your observations about your family. And we appreciate, your candor, and I know the audience does. And just so the audience knows, by the way, I turned the comments off. So, you can't pull your swords out and go in there and, take your slashes from not from my audience, but from the trolls that, will still be out there. It's a kind of a crazy world, but we've had you here for 3 hours, John, and I promise you we'll get the internet thing fixed here, for the next one. But the next one, we're going to get a little bit deeper here. And, but before that time, is there anything else we didn't ask you or you feel tonight that is important that you would like to tell the world?
Well, I'm grateful for the continued interest in our case, even though some of it's negative, but most of the comments we get and have seen have been supportive, and people want this solved too. There's a lot of people hurt by this, not just our family. I got a letter the other day from a young lady who was now JonBenét's age, but was just a little, 6-year-old.
This is so fucking weird. I don't think they expect everyone to agree with them. I think it's a tactic. So, he got a letter the other day from a young lady that was JonBenét's age. Why? Listen to this weird story.
Who was now JonBenét's age, but was just a little, 6-year-old child back when this happened, and it hurt her. She is bearing some of that hurt from JonBenét's murder.
Hey, Jaco. Yeah, it's long. We had a lot to talk about. So this girl is bearing pain from what?
6-year-old child back when this happened, and it hurt her. She is bearing some of that hurt from JonBenét's murder. And I know there's other kids like that. They probably feel the same way.
Other kids that feel the same way? She's writing you a letter? The fuck?
It has impacted their innocence when it shouldn't have, but it did. So it needs to be all.
Chris says interesting. It impacted their fucking innocence.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
No, I took a little break, Jocko.
Innocence when it shouldn't have, but it did.
Okay, I'm gonna play that again.
Negative, but most of the comments we get and have seen have been supportive, and people want this solved too. There's a lot of people hurt by this, not just our family. I got a letter the other day from a young lady who was now JonBenét's age, but was just a little, 6-year-old child back when this happened, and it hurt her. She is bearing some of that hurt from JonBenét's murder. And I know there's other kids like that. They probably feel the same way. It has impacted their innocence when it shouldn't have, but it did. So it needs to be all to the degree we can get it resolved.
Dean, Kurt?
Yeah, I think the thing I'd leave people to think about is that
I just think it's interesting that he's communicating with someone who would be, I don't know, it's just a fucking weird story, dude. Weird time to bring it up, just weird.
we're on a journey, and I think if you look at investigations are a journey. And along the way, we're going to sidestep because it takes us sideways. We're going to step forward. We're going to step back. And I think if we just look for a moment at the evidence, we already know we've got 2 different locations where we have DNA. I think everybody that in our team that has looked at this is convinced there's got to be DNA on the garrote. And so if you look at the next step, if the garrote's tested and the garrote comes.
Yeah, look at, he's like, what? What do you mean you're going to test that fucking garrote? I ain't talking about the garrote. He's like, I want to test under the nails and in the underwears. We're not talking about the garrote. We're not testing that garrote, he says.
Worry about yourself.
He's like, investigators, worry about your damn self. But if I tell you to worry about yourself, then you're going to side-eye me. And then I'm going to be on your radar. So
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Back with DNA that's the same as the DNA that's on the body, we're continuing to move further and further down the road. And I think as we look at everything from behavior to evidence, both forensic, circumstantial, these are like huge puzzles. And it's very important for us to understand all the dynamics of it, not just one.
no, and then all of a sudden we have a fucking echo. We have an echo. We didn't have an echo before they started talking about the damn garrote. Now we're talking about the garrote and there's an echo. Is this a coincidence? I don't know. What do you guys think?
And this is about human beings, their lives, their families' lives. And, I've said this before in settings. It's so easy to jump up on a forum and pull the trigger and shoot your bullet of what you think, because you want to be the first one to say you know what happened. But I just remind everybody, that's a bullet you don't get to put back in the chamber. And so what we're trying to do is systematically work our way through all of this, address things as they come up, try to be as forthcoming as we can with the information we have. And so I just would encourage people, even if you don't agree with what we're talking about tonight, stay with us for a while, and be willing to look at what the facts are. There are a lot of people who have come to the table initially on this case. And I think Lou Schmidt was one of them who initially, when he heard about it before he got in, thought, oh, this is probably something tied to the family. But it's when you get in, you start digging through it. I think John Douglas was the same way when he heard about it before he got in. So it's easy to jump to conclusions. And I would encourage people, if you're taking the time to watch, then take the time to stay with us through the process. And let's see where we are when we get through all this. We might all discover something together that would be exciting. And whoa, how exciting would it be to get some answers? They could close the door and give some answers to the family, but also give the answers to people all over the country as well. Because to John's point, not only this little 6-year-old girl, but tons of young ladies and individuals have lived in fear because of something that happened to somebody else. And so these kinds of cases, the waves of reciprocal waves that flow through a community and through people's lives is just unprecedented. And so I think this is a good call for us to do and to stay focused on. So.
Perfect. Well said. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pull everybody out. I'm going to hang around just for a second, but I will see you guys on the next one. John, thank you so much for going out of your way to get the sound thing going, and we'll get it working on the next one. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, we'll see you on the next one. Let's see here. Let me pull everybody.
Okay, so that's where that ends. Yeah, I think they want him to continue to show up. But that's where that one ends. I did look up the garrote. So John Ramsey is saying there's male DNA on the garrote, but there's no evidence that it was tested. Look, Ashley reported on it in September. Male DNA, new shocking info from John. It came from him. Huh. Let's see. New evidence. Why would that be new? Like what? Why isn't it being done? Right here, people. Let's look at this. JonBenét Ramsey's. Okay, hold on. Let me move this over. We'll read this really quick. It's been a long live. I appreciate you guys. Just trying to figure out what's the facts. Because, like, if he's the information station, I don't know if we can believe it. Let's see. John Ramsey says he doesn't understand why police have never tested DNA from an unidentified male on the garrote. He says, I don't know why they didn't test it in the beginning. To my knowledge, it still hasn't been tested. If they're testing it and just not telling me, that's great, but I have no reason to believe that. see. We're not asking you to clear us or apologize or be nice to us again, he says. Just do the things you should do that can be done. If you do that and we don't get an answer, we tried. We did everything we could do. We've had unidentified male DNA from January of 97, and this one prosecutor told me I've never ever seen a police department try to explain away unidentified male DNA in a sexual assault case. Okay. So the host noted there are at least 7 items that are considered critical evidence that have never been tested. He says, to our knowledge, that's correct. These items were sent originally in January of 97 to the lab for testing and were returned untested. Weird. Isn't that weird? Why would... Like what? So CBI is holding it. But you know what's weird about that? Remember the lady, CBI lab? What was her name? Arrest. Remember that lady? Missy Woods? Former CBI lab analyst facing criminal charges in 2025. She was charged with 102 counts related to 58 instances of alleged criminal misconduct committed between 2008 and 2023 during her career as a forensic laboratory scientist at the CBI. She was employed by the CBI from January of 94 till November of 2023. She worked at 2 laboratory locations in Jefferson County. She got cybercrime, perjury, attempt to influence a public servant, and forgery. 102 counts. Look at, in September 2023, while working on a project that involved reviewing quantification data and vestibular swabs within historical sex assault cases, a CBI intern discovered a sample where the male cycle threshold value was noted, but there was no male quantification. The specific sample missing the quantification value was processed by Woods in 2018. After ruling out the possibility of an instrument quantification kit error, an internal investigation was conducted into Woods' DNA workbooks. They discovered a number of similar discrepancies. She was altering or deleting data related to critical parts of the quality control process. So, following an extensive year-long investigation, it revealed that evidence of instances where Wood altered and deleted quantification values, reran entire batches of DNA multiple times without documentation, and concealed contamination. The affidavit alleges that in over 30 sexual assault cases, she deleted specific values in samples and submitted reports to agencies that reflected no male DNA found, when in fact small amounts of male DNA were present and or possible contamination was present. Oof. Oof. Look at all these agencies. Stop it. Yeah. Wild. She worked there since 94. Here's the actual thing. Oh my God, an update. As of August 21st, 2025, 1,045 impacted cases. Wow. February 11th, she pled not guilty. Did she have a trial? Hold on. It's still pending. Oof. I don't see anything past February, you guys. Let me see Wood's update. April 20. Okay, so here's April. The fallout has bled beyond the courtroom and overturned trials as a result of her faulty testing. Colorado has already spent millions of dollars to retest hundreds of DNA samples and pass legislation to notify people in the system whose evidence might not have been properly handled. Let's see. I don't see any update on our case, though. They've sent out 10,000 notices. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. This guy right here was in prison for 12 years for allegedly murdering someone in 94. His conviction was overturned, and he was released on bond after her misconduct was uncovered. He will be retried. There could be innocent people. Oh, my God. That's effed up, man. I wonder if the evidence is even, you know what I mean? That's too much. I don't know if that falls into anything with JonBenet's case, but God, what a mess. What a freaking mess. Over 1,000 cases. It may not be. Right, and the intern comes in and breaks it wide open. Busts it wide open. Bust it wide open. All right, guys, I'm going to end this. Yeah. Innocent people versus nobody charged. Rapists and SAers still running around. Crazy. It is very scary, Snaz. All right, guys, I'm going to end this out. We have been live for a long time. I really appreciate you guys watching. If you are replaying this, please let us know what you think in the comment section below. True that. True that. We'll do another one. We'll watch more interviews. I think we'll stay on this. I'm invested, and I think they're going to do this every week, right? Is that what they're doing? Krusha, I hope you had a good live tonight. Good night, everybody. You guys, thank you for being here again. I really appreciate you. I'm just going to go ahead and end this abruptly. It is late. Oh my God, it's 1:30 in the morning. Good night. Holy crap. Thank you for being here. Hit the thumbs up. Everybody have a great day. Nick, I hope you're enjoying your week at work. I did, Angel. I did. I know. Under Krusha. Hey, Crimeology. Forgot about I was so into this tonight. All right. Good night, guys. Love you guys. I'll see you guys in the next one.